Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon. The Uruk Justice Commission resumes its hearings here in Robinvale into the land injustice that's happened in this state to our people. I would like to say a few words about this morning. We were out on country for the first time, speaking in front of Maguya Lagoon about water. And I thank Brendan Kennedy very much for his words this morning. It was a very moving and very appropriate space to be sitting in, and many things that are cultural to us crossed my mind. This afternoon, we have the First Minister to speak in the regional setting, speaking to us. But before we go on, I would like to introduce the commissioners before we start. So I'd just like to say we have Commissioner Hunter on my left, Commissioner Lovett on the right, Commissioner Walter, and Commissioner North with us for the record. I will now ask Commissioner Lovett to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair. Also, I'd like to acknowledge country, pay my respects to elders past, present and future, and recognise that sovereignty has never been ceded. This is the third week of Uruk's hearings into land, skies and water. Across the hearing block so far, the Commission has heard compelling evidence about the rapid expansion of squatters across Victoria and the violent dispossession of land that followed in its wake on a scale unlike any other European colony. See, look, words are important. The injustice against First Peoples began with the theft of land, but it was not only dispossession of land. First Peoples were dispossessed of our water. This was the belief that because the land was supposedly belonged to nobody, the water belonged to no one either. When land was taken, the right to water went with it. But as some land has been returned to First Peoples through native title and other mechanisms, it has come back without water rights. In effect, First Peoples experienced a double dispossession. Across the hearings, commissioners have heard evidence of the paltry water rights that exist for First Peoples, so restricted that traditional owners who have legal rights to water are choosing not to use them because of the benefits are so limited. That says a lot. We've heard evidence about the system for granting water licenses and how this doesn't work for traditional owners because they would prefer to leave the water in the stream so we can help care for country. Throughout Uruk's inquiry, we have seen time and time, story after story showing how First Peoples care for country. And that's when everyone benefits. It is appropriate that we are here on country for today's hearing with Water Minister Harriet Shing as part of Uruk's inquiry into land, skies and waters. In particular, special to be here on country, which is surrounded by three sides of the Murray River. The river is the lifeblood of the region. Earlier today, commissioners and Minister Shing were privileged to meet with at the Maguya Lagoon, Tata Elder Uncle Brendan Kennedy, to hear about the work that traditional owners have been doing to care for country and the challenges that they still face. We saw the vast expansion of the lagoon and heard about this deep spiritual significance to First Peoples. Maguya, in its ancestral creation site of the original Murray River watercourse. The river flows out of the creeks, lakes and lagoons into Maguya. When there is no water, it has a devastating effect on country and our culture and our people. Uncle Brendan told us how First Peoples have cared for country and water for tens of thousands of years in this area, and how the colonial state made country sick by diverting, restricting and manipulating water from moving naturally. We were also taught We are also told about the ongoing fight for water rights for First Peoples, particularly through the return of cultural flows. Cultural flows is an overarching model to address one of those overarching models to address aqua nullis by returning water and its rights and management to traditional owners to improve spiritual, cultural, and the natural environment. I want to thank Uncle Brendan Kennedy for his profound and heartfelt evidence today. It has set the stage for evidence. We will now hear from Minister Shing. Thank you, Chair.
Just before we have Brendan say a few words, I just want to pay my respects to Taddy Taddy, Waddy Waddy, Neri Neri, and the Muddy Muddy peoples. I pay my respects to any other traditional owners who are in the room, and feel very uplifted being here on the river today. Council, you're ready to commence?
Yes, yes, I am, Chair. Sorry. Could I invite Uncle Brendan to come forward to explain the significance of the objects and totems behind you and in front of us here before we announce our appearances here?
Hi, everyone. So what we have here, that's an expression of our cultural economy. These are our cultural valuables. We have our Possum King cloak, that's our self-determination cloak that we work with Deacon on. We have our emu eggs, and we have our cultural materials. We'll have our Coolman bowl there made by cousins. So this is one way that we, Europeans might have jewellery and big car and swim pool and all that, but this is our cultural worth and our valuables. We've got the big oval-shaped artwork in the back there. That's myself and Vicky Cousins. We collaborated on the River of Language exhibition at the Melbourne Museum, and these are the totems, a select of only 5 totems that we picked from across all those languages, River of Language. So, I just want to thank you for being here today, and this is really important for all our river mobs right through here, that you have come this far, the ministers here, to come up here to the far northwest of the state to look at, water injustice for our people up here as well as right across the state. So, for us, ours is Parangal, the pelican, but we also have Kuyuru, the owl, Gunny, the snake, the Nawi, the sulphur-crested cockatoo, and that's the totem there of the Wamma Wamma red-tail, I think Wirran, the red-tailed black cockatoo, and Gunnawara. Gunnawara is the swan, the black swan. Thanks. And we have Banyal the cod. That's here is our creator of our Milui, our river, back in the very beginning. So thank you, everyone. Have a really good hearing, and we're going to sit here and watch. And we know it's important to everyone across the state, all traditional owners and all First Nations peoples, for water justice and justice through the Europe Justice Commission, Royal Commission. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Brent. Council.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I appear with Mr. Tony McAvoy as co-senior counsel and junior counsel, Ms. Fitzgerald and Mr. Goodwin, to assist you. We offer our acknowledgements of the Tadi Tadi traditional owners and of all the river people, the Wadi Wadi, Lachi Lachi, Muti Muti, Wamba Wamba, Nari Nari, Yita Yita, and others across the state connected to water. I offer my acknowledgements and respects to all ancestors and elders.
Thank you, Chair. I appear for the State of Victoria and for Minister Shing, along with Ms. Caffarella today. We too acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, the Tadi Tadi, the Wadi Wadi, the Lachi Lachi, Muti Muti, the Wamba Wamba, the Nari Nari and the Yita Yita. We pay our respects to elders past and present And we further pay our respects to any First People here today. And we recognise that sovereignty was never ceded.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if you don't mind, we will cover a little of the evidence that the Minister covered out of the lagoon before moving on to new topics. So, Minister, thank you for attending. Would you please, again, for the record, state your full name?
Harriet Claire Sue May Wong King Shing.
And you are the Minister for Water.
Yes.
You have given an undertaking to give truthful evidence. I just remind you of that undertaking.
Yes.
You made some initial remarks out at the lagoon this morning. Would you like now to make some further opening remarks?
Yes, please, if I may. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Council assisting, and to those who are here today or otherwise participating in or observing the work of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence today and for the opportunity to be grounded in and connected to country while giving my evidence and perspectives close to, and indeed this morning on, such a significant waterway and water country. Thank you to the community and staff of the Commission who've worked so hard to enable this to happen in this way. I would like to begin, as I did earlier, by acknowledging the traditional owners of the country upon which we're meeting. Mari Mari, Yiri Yira, Nari Nari, Wadi Wadi, Tari Tari, Lachi Lachi, Wumba Wumba. I also wish to acknowledge and recognise the enduring connections of traditional owners to waterways and to water country right across Victoria. I pay my respects to Aboriginal leaders and elders, including those past and present from other communities, and indeed those who are participating online, I imagine from quite some distance away. And I acknowledge and pay my respects to those emerging leaders whose work will continue the determination of generations past in advocacy, self-determination, and better outcomes. Sovereignty has never been ceded. This is a fact that is never ignored or downplayed in its importance to my work. As I said earlier today, however, I grapple with the concept of sovereignty, an imperialist notion of the acquisition of rights, the seizing of rights by way of a measure of conquest, where for me, the resonance of a statement that indicates that it always was and always will be Aboriginal land, country and water strikes a balance that recognises that in fact Western systems of law create a framework upon which traditional owners have for far too long been required to enter in order to have voice. The very process of truth-telling, wherever it occurs, but particularly here on country, must be an enormously painful process. I can only imagine the grief, the frustration, anger, and sense of loss that emerges again and again, including through this process, and which is augmented as a result of ongoing dispossession, of ongoing denial of opportunity to be heard, respected, and indeed able to make decisions within the realm of self-determination and of shared power. My commitment in appearing before the Commission today is to actively listen, to respect this pain and anger and its origins, not to turn away from it, to hold space for it, and to reaffirm my determination to contribute to healing in the actions that I undertake, in the talking, the listening, and then and always the doing. My commitment is to honour the telling of truth and to respect it as a long overdue and incredibly important process, while contributing to the substantive progress toward better outcomes, outcomes that can endure, that can outlast, indeed, my position in a role like this. I will do my best, but if I falter at any point today, if I do get it wrong,
Please know that this will not be through any intentional ill will or lack of respect. I am, as I said this morning, still learning. I am still determined to learn. There may be questions here today that I cannot answer because I don't immediately know the answer or the answers, but I recommit to an ongoing discussion and dialogue so that answers can be provided in the talking, in the listening, and in the doing. To Brendan, it's been a privilege to hear you on Country this morning. You've been a vocal advocate for First Nations water rights as one of the many articulate voices that have been calling for many years for the creating, shaping and improving of Aboriginal water policy and programs in Victoria. I reflected on the voices of First Peoples, including through the work of the Commission, and I'm humbled by the dignity and determination with which they speak of the trauma and dispossession of traditional lands and waters. I, in turn, am determined to work to ensure that their calls for justice, your calls for justice, are heeded through the work of the Commission and beyond. As I've stated in my witness statement, I have the deepest respect for First Peoples' enduring cultural and spiritual connection to country. I recognise it, I respect it, and I acknowledge it. This includes, as I have learned, waterways as the heart and veins of country, through which well-being and belonging and identity is carried. It includes the deep understanding and lived experience and wisdom that to have healthy waterways, riverbanks and adjacent landscapes is to have healthy country and healthy communities. I often reflect upon the words of Auntie Margaret Gardner, Wurundjeri Wurrung elder. She was a proud, passionate, determined voice for the Birrarung and integral to the introduction of Willipjin Birrarung Murrun Act and the Burned Up Birrarung, Burned Up Amaku. That work was informed and informed well by her statement that the river needs its lands. But the settler colonial state failed to understand the inextricable link between caring for land and water and what that means in healthy country and healthy communities. Over the past 2 centuries, the dispossession of traditional owners from lands and waters in the state we know as Victoria has had a profound impact on our waterways. Water was only seen as a means for economic production, expansion and profit, and the construction of dams and weirs, as we know, altered the flow of water across this country. Land was cleared and the nature and course of waterways and wetlands changed significantly. Rivers have been polluted and modified. Wetlands have been drained. Riparian ecosystems have withered in thirst. Plants and animals rendered extinct. Cities and towns spreading over floodplains have disconnected from waterways. I understand that the settler colonial conception of water as property is very different to the traditional owner concept of water and water ownership. This continues to be reflected in our system of water management and entitlements today, which therefore continue to disadvantage and cause harm and injury to traditional owners. I welcome the opportunity to discuss this today, to be accountable for it, to listen, to contribute, and not to turn away. I also take this opportunity to apologise to First Nations people and communities for the hurt and loss of dispossession and of lack of recognition, for the lack of respect and visibility that you deserved and did not get, for the grief of seeing country damaged or dying, for being denied the right to be on and to care for a country, for the enduring disadvantage that was never of your doing. I am so sorry for the many generations of longing for country and the heaviest of burdens of grief and anger in advocacy and determination and pride that you have carried, almost always on your own, for something to change for the better. I'm sorry. In the first of many steps and actions to meaningfully act and learn by doing, the Victorian Government's Water is Life roadmap to traditional owner access to water is an important starting point and a continuation of work that has been defined, including in large part by the Echuca Declaration of 2007, as a strategy to undo these systemic and structural inequities that prevent traditional owners from accessing water and caring for waterways on country. Water is Life is not in and of itself the answer as such, but it is a way to help government to understand the depth and the breadth of the problems and the questions, and to make space for the answers and the actions that emerge with self-determination and a sharing of power. The nation statements in Water is Life give voice to this official government strategy, to the aspirations of traditional owners for cultural and water-related values. I want to acknowledge that Water is Life is not an end point. And I also acknowledge that it is not universally accepted by traditional owners. It is, however, a starting point, and there remains significant work to be done by government to address centuries of systemic dispossession. I'm committed to working with all First Peoples and my colleagues as well in the Victorian Government to make this change and to return enduring water and water rights to traditional owners. It is an honour, a significant responsibility and a privilege to make this statement as part of the Commission's Land Injustice Inquiry. I appear before you today ready to answer all questions to the best of my ability, with openness, as is my commitment to this truth-telling process. I'm also ready to listen and learn from the perspectives and knowledge shared through this process, as I'm determined to make space for and respect the essential importance of redress for injustices in my role as Minister for Water. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You have prepared a witness statement dated the 12th of March 2024, correct?
Yes.
And are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
You should have, I hope, in your folder a copy of your statement in front of you.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Commissioners' benefits, it's behind the tab marked B, documents relevant to the Minister, tab 1. In addition to your witness statement, Minister, the department submitted a response to request for information from the Commission. Are you familiar with that response?
Yes.
That appears behind tab 2, Commissioners, and various documents follow at 2A and B and C. Commissioners, I tender the Minister's statement, and the DECA RFI response and annexures. I'll do that now so those matters can be uploaded. Now, starting with your statement, Minister, you make a number of acknowledgements. Could I invite you to turn to page 3 and to read paragraphs 14 to 16?
Colonisation and the establishment of the state of Victoria has had long-lasting, far-reaching and intergenerational consequences, including dispossession of First Peoples country and the living entities that constituted the waterways of Victoria. I acknowledge that water was taken from First Peoples and that First Peoples were denied and continue to be denied their ongoing and intergenerational rights and opportunities to care for country. I acknowledge that as a result of the proclamation of sovereignty by the British Crown and its ownership of all lands of the colony, ownership and the Allied right to make decisions about water was also, and remains to this day, vested in the Crown in right of the state of Victoria. I acknowledge that as part of the adoption of the British legal system and systems of government based as they were on British and European values and assumptions, emphasis was placed on the economic value of water.
Thank you. And at paragraph 22, you acknowledge that since colonisation, First Peoples have been excluded from the management, allocation and ownership of water and water-dependent landscapes.
Yes.
I just want to cover a little ground that we covered out at the Lagoon, Minister, by repeating 6 of the questions I asked you, or 6 or 7 of the questions I asked you, and having you confirm that evidence for the purpose of the live stream. Minister, you would accept that dispossession from lands and culture of First Peoples, as we've heard in terms of the early colonial history of this state, was and is unlawful?
Yes.
Minister, do you accept that the destructive effects of this dispossession include dispossession of rights to and associated with water and waterways?
Yes.
And that dispossession occurred on a devastating scale?
It did. And it does.
Minister, you accept that this created enormous inequity in terms of access to and use of water?
It did, and it continues to do so.
And that there has never been an accounting in monetary terms for waters taken from First Peoples?
That is correct.
These facts, Minister, do you agree, compel governments to secure the economic prosperity of First Nations peoples from these lands and their associated waters and other resources?
I do, and I would also say that economic prosperity is one measure of restitution and one measure of benefit and of recognition as we work toward redress.
Just before I turn to the history, as set out in your witness statement, the history of dispossession, you offered to the Commissioners an apology this afternoon, noting the damage, loss, grief, anger and pain felt by First Peoples in relation to this dispossession, and you undertook to be accountable for that. What does that mean to you in a broad sense? What does that accountability look like?
My accountability is borne out, I think, in a number of ways. Firstly, in the opportunity for me to receive advice and to listen. Secondly, in my accessibility and the importance of not being somebody who sits locked in an office in a way that means that conversation and direct dialogue, proposals and ideas about solutions to problems cannot be heard or conveyed directly. Thirdly, accountability can and should be action. It should be measured in a way that is transparent. It should be measured in a way that is consistent and able to be uniformly understood, so that over time measures of progress can be seen and analysed and can form the basis for changes to the way in which things are done so that they can be improved, making sure that problems or issues can be foreseen and prevented, and making sure also that in the work that I do, the importance of connection of First Peoples to country in relation to water is understood within government as part of whole of government decision making.
Thank you, Minister. You also referred to the return of enduring water and water rights. That water and associated rights are not currently guaranteed under our present legislative regime. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. So the return of enduring water and water rights would require legislative change?
There are a couple of things in that around different jurisdictions and the way in which, for example, we might see the Commonwealth entering the water market for the purpose of the acquisition of water, which might include water for traditional owners. The Restoring Our Rivers Bill, for example, passed last year, increased from $40 million to $100 million, the allocation of monies for water for traditional owners. Again, it's about accountability and the extent to which that is actually able to be delivered. Legislation is one way in which water can be returned. There is also the system of entitlements and frameworks that enable the return of water as it relates to Section 51, entitlements and licenses and applications.
Section 51 of the.
Oh, sorry, the Water Act. Sorry, I apologise. There's a lot of
Right,
a lot of technical detail in water. Yeah. And indeed to the way in which traditional owners are part of discussions through water authorities, through corporations, and through the work of government around living entity status and a range of other mechanisms to begin to address that power asymmetry.
So you've mentioned their Commonwealth responsibility in terms of the commitment of funding for water purchases, 40 and now 100 million. You've mentioned Section 51 of the Water Act, and you've mentioned the living entity status, which is also requires a legislative instrument, or at least that's the method that's been adopted with respect to the Birrung Yarra River. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, can we turn to your statement just to backtrack a little at paragraph 31 of your statement on page 5? So at paragraph 31 through to 37, you outline how First Peoples have been excluded from the management, allocation and ownership of water and water-dependent landscapes. Could you give us an overview of how this occurred?
The proclamation of sovereignty was the starting point for systemic exclusion and the creation and maintenance of the fiction, as we now know it, of terra nullius, and by way of a further context of explanation, that extending to water country.
Are you talking about a proclamation of sovereignty pre-statehood, Victorian statehood?
Initially from the Commonwealth.
Sorry?
From the Commonwealth as it relates to Section 7 of the Commonwealth legislation.
So, sorry, you're talking about 1901?
Yes. And then as that relates to the operation of Victorian legislation, the wording of that legislation has persistently excluded traditional owners from the way in which water has been considered. And that comes back to the primary purpose of water having been considered to be economic in nature, that the idea of licensing and needing to apply for water invited a conclusion and invites a conclusion that is there to be taken, that it is there. And again, the term consumptive pool is something that that perhaps you've heard, but that will no doubt come up, that water is there to be consumed.
Can I just take a step back?
Yes.
Pre-federation and the creation of the Australian nation, go back to colonial times. Is it correct that upon the proclamation of sovereignty and Crown ownership of the lands of the colonies, the Crown assumed ownership and control of waterways and waters?
Yeah.
And the effect of this was that the Crown then assumed to itself the ability to distribute parcels of water allocated per hectare of land, giving settlers comparable access to their ability to make a living from those waters.
Yes, that was the case. And in doing that, we saw the deprivation of First Peoples opportunities and indeed the intergenerational, ongoing, enduring and persistent damage and disadvantage as a result.
So we've heard the evidence that those early squatters in Victoria took those lands unlawfully. Just to be absolutely clear, they took those lands unlawfully and then acquired not only those lands, but the water and water rights that went with them, dispossessing First Peoples of their rights to use those lands and waters, correct?
Yes, upon the proclamation of sovereignty, the Commonwealth sought to provide an environment and an authorisation for land and for water to be taken.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just being a lawyer here, but when you use the word Commonwealth, we're talking about pre-federation.
Yes.
We're talking about the colony,
Yes,
initially the District of Port Phillip within the
Yes.
colony of New South Wales, later the state of Victoria, correct?
yes,
Okay. So from the late 1800s to the late 1970s, do you accept that governments in Australia focused on water for urban supplies, for regional growth, for irrigation and for mining, largely? Water being necessary for the extraction of gold and other minerals. And that there was increasing competition for water and water rights.
yes,
So I'm looking here at paragraph 34
yes,
so that you can follow where I'm going.
I can.
Water markets were gradually introduced in the 1980s and 90s, so some more than a century later, to encourage more efficient irrigation water use through trade. And the process of separating water entitlements from land began in Victoria in 2007, you say in paragraph 37.
Yes,
Are you aware of the genesis of that move to separate water from land, the rights to water from land? Do you aware of that background?
the National Water Initiative was part of the efforts to create easier measures for primary producers, for irrigators to access water, again, within the landscape of a commodified approach to consumption, to take, and to economic prosperity. We then saw that there was, in the course of the work in 2007, a range of processes that in effect made it more complicated, more difficult and impossible, in fact, for First Peoples to participate based on the purpose for which water was being made available, and that occurred without discussion or consultation or negotiation or involvement or respect for First Peoples, and in fact amounted to, as you've said, Commissioner, a constant theme of dispossession and disconnection from country.
So we had the original sin, if you like, of taking land from First Nations people and declaring that it belonged to settlers and other purchasers.
Yes.
By the Crown.
Yes.
Then we had the introduction of water markets, allocation of waters, and then more recently in 2007, separation of water entitlements from land. None of those steps occurred with the agreement of or in consultation with First Peoples.
That is correct.
The current legislative framework is the Water Act 1989. The other relevant legislation includes amendments to that Act in 2019 and the Traditional Owner Settlement Act 2010 to an extent, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The current framework of the Water Act echoes those early statutory schemes asserting the Crown's right to use, flow and control all water in a waterway and all groundwater, correct?
Yes.
For example, the Act is described as an act, sorry, not the Water Act, an Act introduced in 1886 is described as an act to make better provision for the supply of water for irrigation and also for mining and manufacturing and other purposes. That's an 1886 Act, which describes at section 4 the right to the use of all water at any time in any river, stream, watercourse, lake, lagoon, swamp or marsh shall, for the purposes of this Act, in every case, be deemed to be vested in the Crown until the contrary be proved by establishing any other right than that of the Crown to the use of such water. So from 1886 at least, we had a reverse onus on any person seeking to assert a claim to water under section 4 of that Act, correct?
Yes, but in addition to those legislative barriers and that reverse onus, there was the cultural disrespect and lack of opportunity to even begin a conversation, so that in practical, in operational, in cultural and in legal terms, that opportunity was denied?
Well, First Nations peoples' laws, customs and practices, their management of water, their dependence on water, their celebration of the spiritual nature of water was not even a consideration
No.
under this legislation, and it's still not.
Well, it was specifically not. I mean, in terms of the way in which water is conceived under colonial systems of law, it is not and has not been contemplated that water would not have an element of commodified use. The idea that water is a resource, we've referred to natural resource management. In every part of our language, we talk about the use and the deployment of water for purposes that include very specifically economic participation, growth and opportunity. Through that lens, we see a really significant departure from many of the defining characteristics of First Peoples' connection to water country and to waterways.
Excuse me, Mr. Clark, can I just ask, I'm just a bit
Yes.
intrigued because we're saying that it still doesn't reflect that. And yet in 2004, it says here in your statement 46, the launched Our Water, Our Future, in which the plan referred to the cultural value of water for First Peoples. That was 20 years ago.
Yes.
So you're saying that hasn't changed in 20 years since, so that was done, but what has flowed from that?
So the cultural value of water is then again something which has moved into other work, such as the Gippsland and Central Region Sustainable Water Strategy, Water is Life. There are a range of frameworks. I thought we were talking about legislation, but yeah, I appear to have misunderstood.
I'm sorry, I was just struck by how long ago that was all. Yeah.
Yes.
So just staying with the development of the legislation, there was a Water Act introduced in 1905 in similar terms, which provided the right to the use and flow and to the control of the water at any time in any river, creek, stream or watercourse and in any lake, lagoon, swamp or marsh shall, subject only to the restrictions hereinafter provided and until appropriated under sanction of this Act or some or future Act of Parliament. So in other words, this Act sought to assert a Crown right to this water absolutely, correct?
Yes.
There is a recognition in the acceptances that you've and the agreements that you've made in your evidence so far. I suggest to you that First Peoples did not ever cede their sacred, incontrovertible and undeniable right to waters in this state.
Absolutely.
Now, just staying with the overview of the water law framework, but before I do that, I might just bring up some maps so we know what water we're talking about. Yeah, thanks. Could we bring up, please, the map, if the operators have it, of Victorian waterways and rivers?
Now, I must apologise in advance. My eyes are not too great.
Okay,
So
there
in the
is a-
event that, no,
There is a screen.
oh, right.
behind
Okay.
you,
If you're
that
okay, I
helps.
can turn around. That'd be good.
I'll try and I can't read that writing from here, so I might have to lurch towards you. But that is a map we've been provided for by the Department of Victorian Waterways and Rivers, correct? So
Yes.
the major rivers obviously are thicker on that map. And we see most of the rivers in Victoria run south to north towards the Murray River, aside from some near the coast.
Yes.
Correct. Can we bring up the next map, which is coloured with the overlay of the registered Aboriginal parties? So in Victoria to date, the coloured sections reflect the rights asserted and recognised by regional Aboriginal parties to areas covering their traditional lands, correct?
Yes.
And without asking you to identify each of those areas particularly, what is the nature of those rights? Are they to take unlimited water? Are they to use for traditional purposes only? or do we need to look at each RAP area in detail?
I think we would need to look at each RAP area in detail. There is variation, and there's variation, for example, between the southern and the northern parts of the state, the operation of licenses, the return of water to traditional owners under some very limited circumstances, and the way that the catchment management framework sits over the top of that.
So today we're in an area without recognition, bordering on the Yorta RAP recognition area, correct?
Yes.
And so does that mean that there is no agreement for the use of the waters in those blank areas with traditional owners?
It means that there can be an agreement, as there can be an agreement across the state, depending on how those processes of engagement, discussion and resolution apply, whether that's through licensing frameworks or the return of environmental water. Environmental water, I mean water for cultural purposes.
Now riparian water, or water that flows along rivers, if I just stay with that, obviously flows across the borders of these recognised RAP areas.
Yes.
And is there arrangements between the different RAPs about the sharing of water in those rivers?
The process of self-determination is grounded in government not, in these instances, prescribing the way in which sharing arrangements need to take place. It is then about making sure that when and as those processes are negotiated and agreed, that they can be supported by government and resourced by government. But there are such limited circumstances in which this water is available that I don't want to give anyone the impression that this is a large scale set of operations in place, because it's not. I mean, part of the reason that I'm so determined to have this conversation in a really frank way is that we haven't returned water. There isn't water in any significant volume for traditional owners. And therefore, the challenge of where and how those agreements operate is at this point in time almost entirely speculative.
Okay.
Minister, what are some of the reasons why water hasn't been returned to traditional owners? You got the policy framework and the architecture. In 2016, you had Water for Victoria.
Yep.
So I think earlier on, Minister, you referenced Water is Life was a start, but it wasn't the start because we'd heard a little bit earlier. There was $10 million committed by the Andrews government at that point in time, $5 million to develop an economic roadmap for reform. We'll get to that a bit later. I'll come back to that. But 4.7 million, and that was dedicated to, I think it's funding the Aboriginal water unit internally in DELP at the time, and then also further monies to undertake Aboriginal waterway assessments and a few other things. But what are the barriers right now to returning water to our people, whether it be RAPs or non-RAPs?
So at the outset, I didn't mean to misspeak before. So I think when I said Water is Life is a starting point beyond the work that has already happened to date. So I don't want to downplay the work that had already happened, and such a volume of work, including by First Peoples advocates who have been tireless in their efforts to make sure that issues and problems are understood and that governments are required to address them. The barriers, I think, are grounded in systems that from the very start have not even acknowledged First Peoples' connection, and that from that premise, the entire system of regulation that has evolved around it has been characterised, and I would say plagued by, that starting point. And so when we come to the work of trying to unpick the operation of those systems, which, as I said earlier, almost could not have been designed more perfectly to exclude traditional owners, we need to address the systems of determining rights.
Well, can I jump in?
Yeah, of course.
What are your expectations of the system in being able to be able to achieve the recognition and the rights. What are your expectations on the water system?
In
be
order
able to-
in
yeah.
order to do better,
Yeah.
reform. And reform takes many forms. Whether that's, and a number of contributions to this process have talked about where the intersections between environmental and cultural water exist, about reducing the burden, the cultural load, and you know, within government, the cultural deficit that exists, the stretch in resourcing, the lack of opportunity for First Peoples who are so stretched because of the need to be across so many different things that burnout is a really common problem. So it's resourcing, it's reform. It's also about changes to regulation, to the way in which licence applications and entitlement processes are managed, to make that easier, to remove those barriers which are there, as I said, at every turn.
And your expectation as the Minister for Water would be that you're expecting the system to reform to enable our people to do that?
Yes.
Just want to make it clear.
Oh, sorry.
People are
Yeah, no,
watching in,
yeah,
so
yeah, no,
I
absolutely.
might understand that,
Yeah.
but I really want to make it really clear from our point of view in considering all the advice that we get,
Yep.
that, you know, we have a lot to consider in this commission over many different areas. Obviously, we're here to talk about water today, and we've heard from Uncle Brendan today, and we've heard from many traditional owners across the state that we've engaged with extensively leading into these hearings about the continued barriers and how stretched we are and so forth. But the issue is we're not seeing the reform, we're not seeing the changes, and we're not seeing our water returned at an expedited rate that we would expect. Again, you know, 2016 was about, what, 8 years ago? I was going to give a language word there, but 8 years ago. So it doesn't, you know, like, we've been waiting a long time, Minister, for reform to occur. And there's a lot of barriers, and in particular, one of the barriers that's been articulated to us is the public service and bureaucrats, and the barriers that bureaucrats put up as well. So I don't know if you've got anything further in the reform space that you want to share, particularly in response to that.
I'll start perhaps with your final comment on the public service. I think that there are many people within the public service whose views and I think values have changed, and changed significantly in the last few years. I don't think that's universally the case, but I do think that the development of values within departments, within DECA, as it used to be dealt, now DECA, the work to require through statements of obligations or through planning, engagement with the environmental water holder, employment opportunities, the people who sit on our boards and in management positions are beginning to be informed by, from a non-Indigenous perspective, better understanding, not from a lived experience, but better understanding of systemic barriers. And I think that while there remain so many barriers for First Peoples in being part of that work, being inside the tent, as it were, there is effort going into making that pathway easier. I think we also need to, the challenges we've had in systems that have been defined. Again, I talk about language a lot, but I think it's really important where the systems are defined by language which has a starting point of exclusion, that everything in the system of ownership and of rights-based frameworks, whether they're in legislation or in regulation or in operation, where that's excluded First People's voice and connection. That means we have a big job to try to unpick that. And I think to the credit of so many people who have been involved in this work, whether that's through, as I referred earlier, to the Echuca Declaration and the advocacy and the discussion that surrounds that and has continued since that time, to the work, again, with the Commonwealth around what it means to engage beyond borders of states, that we are unpicking that, and that this is almost akin to a boat that has been going backwards. Stopping that boat from going backwards takes a lot of energy and a lot of effort, but you won't see forward action until you've actually brought it to a halt and you can start to move. The movement forward is really slow.
So, Minister, you mentioned the public service values there and the fact that they're changing. You would accept that successive ministers set the policy and the policy parameters and the tone within their relevant departments.
Yes.
Just staying
Well,
with
they
that.
said it, they can inform it. I don't think that they can operationalise it. I think that there can be expectations that are really clearly understood. But I think in terms of the day-to-day, there's not the capacity other than to set a framework.
And certainly senior appointments are within the field of the Minister of the
Yes.
day.
Ms McLeod,
Speaking of that, senior appointments, do we have any Aboriginal people who identify as Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander in your executive in the water and catchments group?
Within the executive, can I take that on perhaps during a break and get you that information? Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner North.
Minister, can I just ask you this? I gather from what I've heard from you that you are intensely aware of the daily hurt that the feeling of exclusion from water justice is occurring in the Indigenous community in Victoria now.
Yes, and I think it's emblematic of pain felt in so many ways, in every way imaginable. Yes.
So that being the case, that means that, and I ask whether you accept this or not, this is not a theoretical thing. It's like Uncle Brendan described this morning. This is an everyday hurt that is felt across the Indigenous community by many people. Is that?
I would say that it appears from my conversations that it is an ache at its easiest.
Mm-hmm. Well, does that also suggest, would you accept, that the need for reform, as you've articulated it, is an urgent issue?
Yes.
And that being the case, then shouldn't we, as the Europe Commission, look to actions that can be taken in the short term, not going back to 2004, to remedy some of the major injustices?
I think it's ongoing work. I think, yes, we should be looking at urgent work now and urgent work into the future. I don't think the sense of urgency can ever not be part of this conversation, because healing or ground to make up given what's happened and given where we are.
But urgent means that something needs to happen, talked about, something needs to happen within the short term, doesn't it?
Things need to happen, but I think talking, I think work, I think the engagement is really important around that. And when we consider that we are talking about isolation and exclusion from the way that systems have been developed, to impose another system without that engagement would be to double down on the problem.
But the trouble is, Minister, that we've heard endlessly in these hearings about consultations and engagements which have served only, well, have served at least in part to delay this urgent action. We've heard about frameworks, principles, pilots, and on they go. And really, at least from my point of view, what I would be interested to hear is what actual outcomes can we reasonably expect, say within 12 months or 2 years, given you've accepted that this is a problem that is felt by many people in the Indigenous community daily and is in need of urgent resolution, then the time is over for too much more talking, frameworks, principles, pilots. And we're at a point where for the Commission to be at all credible to the Indigenous community, it requires us to be able to say, well, the Minister is confident that in 3 months' time, in 6 months' time, in 9 months' time, there will be a doubling of, for instance, Indigenous membership of catchment management authorities, or that there is a scheme which will deliver water within 6 months. Because otherwise, what you've said about urgency and deep felt hurt really goes nowhere, doesn't it?
I think that action is something that I spoke about earlier in relation to accountability, and that accountability requires that transparency. It requires outcomes to be able to be understood and understood uniformly. I think that outcomes are as much about people and about removing barriers to engagement as anything else. Where we are creating pathways for increased representation on boards, that's progress. Where we are creating opportunities for resourcing, it's around $39 million that has been allocated through to the traditional owner framework, at least $23 million of that directly to traditional owner corporations and groups. We also need to make sure that there is water. So water in the use that it is desired by traditional owners is absolutely why we are doing this. There is no denying the capability of the First Peoples who are involved in this work, but it's about capacity. And without building that capacity, without building those pathways, it becomes really difficult to sustain that work because people burn out. Because we need to make sure that, again, when we're talking about intergenerational change, we're providing opportunities for emerging leaders to come into the system, to have voices at the table, to deliver water on the ground.
Minister, you talked about accountability
Yes.
a bit earlier. Can you articulate to us what you mean by that, but also how the sector, the water sector and the ecosystem of the sector is responsible and accountable to you as the minister?
So the sector, what I might start, so the framework of water corporations and catchment management authorities is something which is perhaps a useful context for this. We have a system of letters of expectations and statements of obligation that entities are required to meet around. That might be guaranteed levels of service. It might be engagement across a range of metrics, including the way that data is gathered and kept secure. It is also then about making sure that in this framework of accountability to meet, that First Peoples work and progress is set out, that it is then recorded, that I can measure and determine it. And that, for example, in the work of calling for expressions of interest on boards, we can do more and do things differently to create pathways for people to come forward. That's sort of one example.
Who issues those statements
The statements
of
of obligation, I
obligations
do.
or expectations?
Yeah, I
You do?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And how is the system? So, okay. And does the sector report to you ultimately? So if you make a decision, do they have to respect that decision and implement that decision?
There's a couple of, again, to the complexity of the system, there's a couple of quirks to this. Water authorities, they have a measure of distance from government. They make decisions under the legislative framework. They're ultimately responsible to me under the Act. So again, if you think about the level of complexity and, blockage.
Oh, we know about it.
Yeah. That's just one of the examples, though, of the arm's length approach that is taken in water management between me in my position as Water Minister and what happens to operationalise the commitments and the obligations of water entities on the other.
And in the context of the Act, when was the last time it was updated?
The Act
The
as it
Water Act,
relates to
89.
2019, I believe, yes.
2019. And that was the same year or at the same time that it was enshrined in legislation, the recognition and management of Aboriginal values.
Yes.
Do you think that that's lived up to its expectations?
I have a difficulty with the term recognition where it doesn't translate into action, which I think has happened and continues to happen. This is actually also symptomatic of a number of the things in legislation that we've seen where there have been frameworks set out that require consideration of First Peoples' rights and interests before making a decision. That doesn't mean anything beyond that a matter can and should be considered. So, the extent to which that's a meaningful outcome depends upon the will and the culture and the resourcing behind that work. It requires the will to actually look at how things can happen rather than why they can't.
And are you saying that's the will from the public service and also the sector? Not traditional owners. The will's there by the sounds of it. We've heard it loud and clear. The will's there, the want's there, the expectation's there. But where's the barriers coming from?
I think the will is, I absolutely agree with you, just to be very, very clear. The will is there from First Nations. The systems are an enormous barrier. And I'm not duck shoving. What I am though saying is that you couldn't imagine a system more perfect than of decisions over generations. That's right. And that was imposed
By the state.
from that very first exercise of a power of sovereign control.
So I guess what I'm reading and paraphrasing here or using my own words, it's not living up to expectations. So do you see this as an opportunity to also reform the Act?
Yes, I do.
To strengthen it?
I do. But in reforming the Act, I think legislation is one part of it. I think also we have a number of other processes in train in Victoria, whether they relate to the work of the First Peoples Assembly, to treaty, the reform of an Act involves a change to a system which is, as we've discussed, faulty from its bones in so many ways.
But that's the system
Yeah.
that guides and regulates the sector. So if we are not, as a people, able to penetrate and change and update the acts to further enshrine our rights and our expectations in the future, Minister, how are we ever going to be able to see systematic change? And our job here, as on this Truth-Telling Commission, is to provide systemic recommendations for change. So I'm just kind of trying to grapple with, yes, legislation is one mechanism, but it's a mechanism that has over-regulated our people since colonisation. It seems to be that everyone else gets, you know, a free ride here and a free ride there, but when it comes to our people, we are micromanaged down to a T and shut out of every single system. We are yet to hear in this commission, and we've covered many topics about where our people are able to thrive. And we keep hearing a lot of sentiment around, oh, we want to do this and we want to do that, but we're not seeing it. We're not hearing it. So the Act is very important to a lot of people because it does, and it has excluded us, and it shuts us out of being able to generate our future rights. It's not the only mechanism. I do want to make that clear, but that's where you see change. That's where the sector, and I think I asked the question a little bit earlier and you articulated that they're governed by the Act. And if we aren't penetrating that Act and being enshrined in it in the way that our people feel the need and want to be enshrined in that Act, then how do we do really? We're just relying on goodwill, and it's got to go beyond goodwill. To pick up on what you're saying, it's got to go beyond goodwill. We're past goodwill in a sense. We've fallen behind. Our people are dying in custody. You know, our children are getting taken away, and I'm not going to go over that, but that's just the reality. How do we break the cycle? You know, we heard earlier, $287 billion extracted from gold from this state and here in Victoria, and TOs have seen not a dime of it. So how do we penetrate the system?
I think that legislation is something that we need to think expansively about. To come back to the power of the Echuca Declaration of 2007 and the advocacy for a change in understanding of what cultural flows and spiritual and cultural connection to water means, and a call to arms, a call to action for governments, that we've seen a range of commitments. I agree that those commitments mean nothing until they result in something. I also note a number of contributions to this process and to comments made just this morning about environmental water being key to the way in which we can be better, and can be better in a way that is water on country and water control and operation and management, but also what that looks like in a situation of a combination of a transfer of power in self-determination and shared power within an existing system, namely a legislative framework, if that perhaps gives you some context. So by no means am I saying legislation is not something that's part of this. I am agreeing with you.
And if you are agreeing,
Yep.
Can you articulate that you would expect traditional owners to be working alongside you in developing any changes that may impact their lives in the future?
Not just alongside government. It's the distinction between consultation on the one hand and partnership on the one hand, and what it means for the empowerment and the facilitation of decision-making capacity, because the capability is there. That's also something that needs to be guided by and informed by directly by First Peoples, the nation statements in Water is Life. And I note, and I just want to again restate, that's not a process that is uniformly accepted, but the nation statements are a really important part of what co-design, what shared power might look like in reform of the way in which water is understood and managed and used.
So traditional owners will work with you on that.
I would welcome an opportunity to work again with traditional owners, but it's also my work is also for traditional owners. This is where, again, in addressing that power asymmetry, the commitments that I've made in this job that I have put on the record here today about wanting to do better are about unpicking those systems. And this is what I mean about progress. If progress is about unpicking systems to enable participation in and meaningful participation in a framework like legislation that gets those outcomes, then that is part of that work too. And this is where, again, the opportunity to receive advice and feedback. As I said, I'm not always going to get it right. I'm frequently going to get it wrong, but I need to continue to learn. And that's that advisory process as well.
Thanks, sorry.
Yep. I just want to follow up with one of those threads, Minister, paragraph 39. There's mention of the amendments in 2019 to the Water Act,
Yes.
which require consideration of various things. They don't mandate anything. So consideration of cultural values, consideration of opportunities to provide for those values and uses, consideration of cultural values. That's the extent of it, consideration,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
That's really inadequate in terms of the sort of empowerment we're talking about, isn't it?
Well, consideration, I liken it to the way in which I think First Peoples have been too often treated as stakeholders, and it's not a stakeholder landscape, because that actually says that a decision can be proposed and that input can be provided without necessarily any kind of meaningful, not a guarantee, but an understanding that there will be a power to influence that decision in a meaningful way.
So we really need to talk about partnerships rather than stakeholders.
Well, partnerships amongst other things. I think
Yes.
partnerships are one
At least.
one species. Yeah, that's
At
right.
least.
Yeah.
And perhaps in some cases even a veto.
A veto. I'm not sure
Okay, but
what
let's come
form
to
that would
the-
take. I don't.
We'll come to the details.
Okay.
Can we just bring up that map again, just for a moment? The wrap coloured map of the waterways, the next one. Thank you. Just want to be clear. Yeah, it's the next one with the registered Aboriginal parties. That's the one. Thanks. So just if we can zoom in on that map a little bit.
Thank you.
Thanks for me too. So, for example, you see below Swan Hill, the Avoca River, currently on land with no RAP. If the headwaters of that river are down towards Ballarat, we just zoom out a little. Thanks. We just zoom out. So make it, yeah, thank you. Djadja country. At the moment, whatever rights that RAP provide in relation to water cover the upper reaches of the Avoca River. And then there is no RAP in relation to the lower reaches as the river runs into the Murray. Is that how I understand that map?
Yes.
Yep. If there were to be a registered Aboriginal party claim over the Avoca River lower reaches towards Swan Hill, would you anticipate that the groups adjacent to each other along the watercourse would need to get their heads together to negotiate with government as to who takes what? Because rivers, of course, flow from top to bottom. And as we know from hearing about river country up here, the clans traditionally provided for sustainable living, mindful of each other's rights and the rights of their neighbours further downstream. So just looking at that map, is the government expecting adjacent or contiguous groups to negotiate with each other about use of water, or is that not even in the thinking at the moment?
It is in the thinking, but the execution of this process, I think, will differ depending on where you are in the state, who the parties are, what the history is, the extent to which there are already informal agreements in place.
Does it depend to any degree upon the resourcing and wherewithal of the groups within those river courses?
It absolutely depends in significant part on resourcing, on, again, capacity, on the extent to which it's been done before, and as in if an entity, or sorry, if a RAP has done this before, then again there will be a capacity to do that perhaps with more speed and with a more defined path to an outcome. Operationally, from a resourcing perspective, with funding and again with a framework that is agreed on the ground, on country, because unless there's agreement on country, what we do to set the framework for outcomes doesn't deliver on what it is that is wanted.
Right. So for those areas where there is no RAP, how does the government ensure the wherewithal and resources of those groups and their ability and standing to negotiate for their water rights from those surface water sources?
Yeah, so there are a few elements to this, and again, there is a significant ad hoc nature to the way that support is provided. It may come through CMAs. It may come through the work.
Sorry, we need to explain the acronym.
I beg your pardon. Catchment management authorities, water authorities, water corporations, I should say, and those partnerships in community. There are a lot of interlacing relationships, particularly in rural and regional Victoria, around understanding where various positions are and how they may change, because they frequently do change. So this is about the work that government needs to do, not only to continue to resource catchment management authorities and water corporations, but also to make sure that support is there for First Nations to be able to find the time and have the opportunity to be at the table.
And build the expertise.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Build the expertise.
So we've heard evidence that the RAPs in some ways deliver a number of benefits in terms of the seat at the table, ability to seek funding and so on. Those groups who may have been dispossessed, moved off their lands, massacred, suffered other acts of gross violence, may be less able, because of those acts, to stand up and say, what
I think the provision of information is very important. Being able to provide detail about when and how water may become available for traditional owner use. And I say may become available in the context of an fully allocated system, in particular in the north. But also to make sure that there is ongoing investment in key objectives for First Nations participation in decision-making.
Now, there is no present plan in Water is Life or anywhere else, correct me if I'm wrong, for traditional owners to take up water entitlements, is there?
Other than through a Section 51 licence application under the Act, no.
Yeah, to give them the entitlements. Yeah, perhaps let's cover the key concepts. Let's take a step back
Yes.
in terms of the way that rights are granted to or held by authorities. We could just take that down, and I'll just bring up, before I do that, the groundwater maps as well. Could we please have the groundwater entitlement volume by owner type per groundwater catchment map?
Oh, wow, that's small.
So this deals with groundwater, not surface water. And you see there the breakdown for each of the areas, who owns that water. The teal colour, if you can distinguish that, is water corporations. Private, does that mean private individuals or organisations?
Yes.
And power generation make up the bulk of, the remainder of those circles.
Yes.
Are First Nations rights captured by private or not captured at all, do you know?
They would, in certain circumstances, be captured, for example, by water corporations, where water is returned because it becomes available through savings or efficiency measures. There is also in power generation, as one example of what has previously happened in the Latrobe Valley, what has been known as the 3-4 bench, and the way in which water has been allocated to power stations to produce power. As they come offline, water will become available, and that's where, again, there is a decision to allocate a portion of that water, and I'm yet to make a final decision on that, to parties including First Peoples, environmental water, and also irrigators. So that's one such example that also includes that.
But talking about groundwater, we're not talking about water savings, are we?
No, sorry, I was going into other terrain.
And in terms of unused water for power generation, are we talking about groundwater in part?
Yes.
Yep. Could we show the next map, which is surface water? Surface water entitlements, we see here the large part controlled or owned by water corporations. Again, for First Nations people, is their participation in that these water savings or allocations from water savings or unused water from elsewhere, other processes?
Yes.
We see large dark blue slices for private ownership, what's called environment, and loss or operations. Is that savings? Is that the same measure there?
The purple?
Yes.
Sorry, the light purple, yes.
Yep.
Just in terms of private, I might just also say there are licence arrangements that are in place whereby traditional owners are part of the open water market. So again, that's something also to note. That is notwithstanding the exclusion and the disadvantage and the lack of economic opportunity that makes so many barriers arise around that opportunity, but that does still feature, if only in small part, in the private market as well.
So in the private market,
yes,
other competitors are irrigators?
Well, there may well
farmers?
be water allocated for irrigation purposes, for example, on the open market, on the water market, which are held by traditional owners.
Which allow them to purchase that water if they can pay for it, or it allows them to take that water?
Per purchase.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is the system can treat people on that market equally where there is a licence in place.
Assuming they can pay.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though,
Yep.
despite the barriers that exist and all of the challenges around disadvantage and you know, the manifold blockages to even being able to get to that space, yes.
Okay.
So, hang on. So you have to pay for, so you're saying there's some First Peoples that have paid for licenses?
I'm saying that if there is a water market and there is an equal approach to that for everybody, that might include First Peoples, but that's not actually addressing disadvantage, because that's just saying.
Well, I'm just going to say that
Yeah.
we're the most disadvantaged people.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't understand.
So the point that I'm making is separate to the one around a return of water to traditional owners.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is about whether
So
on the
we
open
purchase
market.
our
Yeah.
own
Yeah.
water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you articulate to us here what is the government doing about that, if anything,
About
in particular about enabling traditional owners and working with them to be able to purchase waters equally? So what plan and program is in place right now so TOs can equally buy water to strengthen their capacity, I think, is the question that needs to be asked. So yes, if we've got money right now, we can go and buy it.
if
Like
it's
anybody
available.
else. If it's available, that's right. So, okay, some water's available, Minister. What is the government going to do with traditional owners to help them through this avenue, not other avenues, just this avenue to be able to buy water equally? Is the government have any programs in place to be able to enable that?
So where water is fully allocated,
Yeah.
that's not available.
Yeah.
To anyone.
Yeah.
Except for the Commonwealth that has indicated that it's entering the water market because of the legislation that passed late last year.
Yeah.
Which removes a cap on the amount of water that can be bought back for environmental purposes. And that's then also associated with that $100 million. So that's one part of it.
Mm.
The other perhaps more useful context in terms of what I'm trying to get at is environmental water.
Yeah. And
where that might sit in the overlap between environmental and cultural water, and that significant volume, 667 gig, we're talking gigalitres, that's a very, very large amount of water. And there are a lot of overlaps between what cultural and spiritual connection to water looks like, what healthy country and water on country looks like from a European imagining of environmental water.
With respect, Minister, I think Commissioner Lovett asked a very specific question, which was what policies and programs are in place because you talked about First Peoples being able to buy on the open market or on the particular market. What policies and programs are in place to support First Peoples to do that?
Water is Life has not actually provided for that. So that's been made very clear. Yeah.
That was the answer I was looking for.
Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon. I didn't understand.
So can we just take a moment, Minister, perhaps to explain the basic market concepts, and correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to set this out so there's clarity about it. The environmental water reserve is the legally recognised amount of water set aside to meet environmental needs, correct? That when we're speaking about environmental water reserves, that's what we're talking about.
That is correct.
And they're generally identical in nature to what is known as bulk entitlements.
Yes.
It's a share of the available resource.
Yes.
Okay. The obligations on environmental entitlements include the passing flows that water corporations or licensed diverters are obliged to make out of storage or past a particular diversion point, correct?
Yes.
And the portion of passing flows that's provided to meet environmental needs is considered part of that environmental water reserve.
Yes.
Okay. There's a notion of above cap water
Yes.
as well to explain. That includes water left over after limits on diversions have been reached.
Yes.
And unregulated flows that cannot be kept in storage
Yes.
for whatever reason. Most of the environmental water reserve is comprised of this above cap water. And do you accept it is the portion of water that is most susceptible to things such as climate change, drought, and other climate impacts.
I do. What I would also add to that, though, is population growth is another feature of the changes to the availability and the use of water, not just in our metropolitan settings and with the retailers that operate under Melbourne Water, but also around the state.
And to speak in plain terms,
Yep.
as populations grow, the pressure on environmental water reserves grows such that the amount allocated for those flows is likely to diminish.
As the population grows, that may diminish, but the role of manufactured and recycled water should not be underestimated in being able to address that shortfall in the demand as it relates to population growth.
Just in terms of recycled water, at present, Victoria does not allow for recycling of black water, correct?
Yes,
Does it allow for recycling of grey water?
in limited circumstances in terms of domestic use.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Coming then to bulk entitlements held by water corporations, these secure the tenure of these corporations' water rights in perpetuity, correct?
Sorry, could you say that again?
They secure entitlements in water corporations in perpetuity.
Yes.
They provide the right to water for systems operations, for seasonal allocations and other rights and obligations broadly.
Yes, and can I just distinguish that from the Section 51 licences that we were talking about earlier? They have a limited timeframe, so they're not in perpetuity.
So Section 51 licences are known as take and use licences.
Yes.
And these allow for diversions from unregulated and some regulated, but mostly unregulated river systems and extraction of groundwater.
Yes.
They're issued for a specified volume, specified period of time and subject to a range of conditions.
Yes, that's correct.
So, for example, if you had a power plant that needed a particular volume of water, would you expect to see a Section 51 licence? Or would that be regulated in another way?
No, it could be for a Section 51 licence. There is also an allocation framework for the power generation that we've seen in the Latrobe Valley, for example.
Okay. And I might just bring up sections of the Act now so that we understand this. There are also Section 8 and 8A rights, which provide for an individual or member of a traditional owner group to take and use water from a waterway or bore, but only for domestic and stock or traditional purposes without a licence. Now, traditional purposes in that case does not contemplate a large volume of water, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
And that's, sorry, just to add a remark, if I may, that's another example of how the inequity is grounded in language, because the presumption is that water would be not used in any volume because of the conception of what traditional purposes looks like. And stock is, again, take and use stock. I mean, we're talking about very, very colonial concepts of the way in which water is used.
Okay. Can we bring up Section 7 of the Water Act, please? I'm going to ask you when that comes up, Minister, just to explain in broad terms how the Water Act enshrines the concept that Victoria's waters are owned by the Crown. And this, if you look behind you, might be easier to read. The language speaks for itself, but in broad terms, the Water Act, Section 7, provides for the continuation of the Crown's rights to water, in essence, and notes under subsection 2, the Crown right to use, flow and control is not diminished by various things.
Yes.
Section 8, do we have Section 8? Got 8A up there. Maybe I didn't ask for Section 8, but that allows for the use of private water for domestic and stock use free of charge.
Yes.
So you've got to own land and you've got to own stock to be able to access that water.
Yes, and again, it's that connection. You must own land and the dispossession from land has made that impossible in so many instances.
I'm glad you're ahead of me there.
Oh, so I beg your pardon.
No,
I beg your
not at
pardon.
all. You jumped,
Okay.
you got where I was going.
Right.
The Water Act 1989 introduced an entitlement framework where the Minister for Water issues entitlements, including bulk entitlements, environmental entitlements, water shares, and taking use licenses. That's the framework.
Yes.
Okay. And those water entitlements provide an ongoing right to water in surface water or groundwater systems, but it's not always necessarily available each year.
No, that's correct.
So how do those work in practice in terms of those seasonal allocations if water is not available?
If water is not available, there may be restrictions whereby the amount available is restricted because of a projected shortfall, such that we will enter into periods of critical drought. There are instances in which metropolitan water corporations, for example, have secured a right to 75 gigalitres of water that can be moved and used in circumstances where water storages within our grid fall to 30%. And that's where, again, when we're talking about the climate, critical climate scenarios, that's one of them.
Do you have handy, Minister, I think in our folder, it's behind tab 5 of your material, the DECA paper titled Land, Waters and Resources Revenue Collected by the Victorian Government to November 2023. Tab 5 in that folder. Sorry, it's behind you.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Yes.
The commissioners have that. I'm looking at page 3 of 11, hypothecated revenue.
Yes.
Which notes that the collective balance of various trust funds managed by DECA in 2021-22 was 1.281 and some hundreds of thousands under the hypothecated revenue heading.
Yes.
And it's section 5 of the paper.
Inland water related revenue.
Yes, pages 13 and 14. There's a table of key revenue streams. Again, this is for 2021-22, generated from fees and charges relating to services and uses of Victoria's inland water. And the table shows, adding it all up, that for 2021-2022, the total revenue from inland water was approximately $6.6 billion. See that?
Yes.
There's a column, the final column on the right. Do traditional owners primarily benefit from revenue? And for each of the 5 listed revenue streams, there's a dash. We understand that dash to mean 0 or no, the traditional owners do not benefit from that revenue. Is that how we understand that column?
Yes. Yes.
So of the $6.6 billion from each of those 5 revenue streams for water, traditional owners receive no primary benefit, correct?
Yes.
For a single year. If we then turn to Annexure C, to the RFI response, I'll just find that for you.
Just while we're doing that.
Yeah.
Look, Councillor, can you please read that figure out again?
Yep. $6.6 billion for the year 2021 to 2022.
One financial year.
Yes.
I mean,
It's a total.
How does that sit with you, Minister, hearing that?
Terribly, terribly.
6.6 billion. That's not even litres of water. That's dollars. Thank you.
I'm just trying to find that Annexure C document in my folder. Pardon me for a second. I think it's 2C.
2C.
2C behind your statement.
It's shocking. Sorry, I'm still on that. 6.6 billion. And we received nothing.
Coming to Annexure C, this is the departmental RFI response in our folders at 2C. This sets out the various water revenues the Victorian government receives. And from this document, it appears the total revenue received by the Victorian government from water for the 13-year period, financial year 2010 to financial year 2023, if you trust my maths, is just over $83 billion. So the sum of all the nominal sum amounts in the final column. Does that sound right to you, Minister?
Without adding it up, I will trust your judgment on that.
How much of that 83 billion in revenue has been distributed to traditional owners?
Can I take that one on notice and perhaps give that to you?
Can we get an estimate?
Yeah, I'd prefer to, if I can take it on notice. I'm very happy to give you that information and that detail. But I mean, again, we're looking at 0 as the starting point for that. I just want to make sure that there's not anything else in the mix that I've not captured.
So it's likely to be 0.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to see if there was anything else I needed to put onto the record, which I'm happy to do if that's available.
Can we just read that figure out again, Council, please?
83 billion for the period financial year 2010 to end of financial year 2023. Nominal sum added up is $83 billion from water, the various water revenues.
83 billion.
Is that an appropriate time to have a pause? Because it would be good to confirm that number, and we probably just need a short break now, if that's okay.
And please also confirm how many Aboriginal
Yes.
how many executives who identify as Aboriginal, not Aboriginal execs.
Yes.
Be really
yes.
clear on that.
If we can answer those in the time available, we'll take a short break. Yep, thank you.
How long, council? 10 minutes or 15?
10 minutes, thank you, Chair. I should just check, the Minister
I'll be able
is
to
not
get that.
catching a plane.
I'm here and we can go all night if you would like.
Oh, don't say that.
I will. I will.
We'll start somewhere with that 86 billion.
Thank you, Chair. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Before the break, I asked you a couple of questions, and I understand you've had an opportunity to follow up on the answer to those questions. The first is, how much of the $83 billion revenue has been distributed directly to First Nations? And the answer to that question?
The answer is zero directly. Water corporations collect revenue and they don't report against that though, nor are they required to.
So the answer is zero.
Yes.
The second question was, how many of the executive team members for the Water and Catchment Executive are First Nations people?
Of the Water and Catchments Executive, out of a total number of 21, zero Aboriginal or identify as Aboriginal. Across the Water and Catchments team within non-executive teams in total, out of 358, 5 are in that space and 2 within the Aboriginal Water Unit.
Within DECA?
Yes, that's correct.
And are those 2 within the water unit at an executive level?
I don't believe so.
Just coming back to that $83 billion.
Sorry, can I just to confirm, no, the answer to that one is no, I've just looked it up. Yep.
I asked you about that $83 billion of water revenue received by the state for the financial years 2010 to 2023. My rough maths suggests that's on average, if it was averaged out, around $6.3 billion per annum. Okay, I'll just ask you to accept my maths for the moment. Can we turn, please, to the DECA response, RFI response behind tab 2? Could you turn to page 2 of that document, please? At the foot of the page, paragraph 5, there's a table which sets out the total expenditure across all water portfolio programs. And this is a different period of time, of course. It's from 2019 to 2024, provided in the table set out below. And do you accept that information suggests DECA's expenditure on First Peoples or traditional owner water portfolio programs over that period of time is around $39.2 million?
Yes.
And that seems to be an increasing number from previous years, which would correlate with the introduction of the Water is Life policy.
Yes, that's correct.
I take it from the information in the DECA response that there are 16 traditional owner water portfolio programs. Do you need to go to Annexure A to consider those?
Yes, I can if you would like, Council.
It's
Sorry.
very, very small writing.
Oh my gosh, there is. Sorry, it is late in the day and there's no way I can read
Okay.
what appears to be 0.1 font.
Take it from me that there are 16 traditional owner water portfolio programs, okay?
Yes.
16 line items in that worksheet that's been provided. Do you know how many of those 16 programs are provided either by a First Nations or First Peoples business, traditional owner organisation or recognised Aboriginal party under the Aboriginal Heritage Act?
I know that at least $23 million of that $39.2 million is being delivered to traditional owner corporations. I don't know how many though. Again, I don't want to frustrate your work, but I don't have that information to hand. Again, I'm very happy to provide it, but it is at least $23 million out of the 39.
From this table that's been provided, that's very difficult for you to read, I appreciate. We have calculated or added up that there are 10 of those programs provided by First Peoples business, TO organisation or a RAP.
I'm sorry, Council, 10 of how many?
10 of the 16.
Of the 16, yeah.
So, Minister, when you consider the $83 billion revenue received by the Victorian government from water revenues and the amount spent on traditional owner First Peoples water programs, that's a relatively very small amount. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
No, it's back. Sorry, I've lost my place.
No, no,
Oh, sorry, councillor.
not at all. Wait for you, the chair, to catch your place. So a very small amount, and the Victorian government, the current government, under various, or two different premiers at least, has been in power for most of the period of time we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
So given your commitment stated in opening about enduring water and water rights, compared to the relatively small allocation of revenue to First Nations programs, can I ask you to reflect on that and the adequacy of that funding for First Nations programs, water rights and water itself?
The allocation of funding has been, without a doubt, undeniably inadequate over a very long period of time. The other part of this is the volume of water that's been made available, and the discussions on that, I think, will go to where and how and what and when has been delivered. I would like to see, again, to what I said earlier about reform, a process of increased urgency and haste, but also not to cut corners around engagement. What is it that First Peoples want and need to enable that to happen in program and service delivery, in procurement, in the way that contracts operate, in the way that people are able to gain and secure employment and employment pathways to, whether it's working on country or sitting around a boardroom table. What does that look like for government around funding? And again, to look at the scaling up of what's been delivered, to move from 3.4 million up to just under 9.1 million over a period of 4 years. It is incredibly inadequate, but it does show an increase. The challenge.
It's still less than half.
Yes.
1%.
Absolutely. And it's, again, in terms of the water, and to talk about the water, we're talking about 0.2%. So again, I would like to see reform. 0.2 of 1%.
And just looking at what that 39 million over that period of time has been spent on, let me just, so this is 39 million over the period 2019 through to what's been budgeted for 2024. So not necessarily spent, but certainly allocated. This includes the sum of around $5 million on water and catchments group internal staff expenditure. So that's $5 million of the 39 million allocated to traditional owner First Peoples water programs spent on staff costs for the Aboriginal water unit within the department, correct?
Yes.
So sorry, that's even though that's department staff. Okay, just want to clear.
And can we just confirm, sorry, how many of those staff again were Aboriginal that you just articulated a minute ago?
5 across water and catchments and 2 across the Aboriginal water unit.
So 2 in the context of that funding that was just
Yeah, 5
articulated.
million.
Yeah.
5 million. Yep.
Thanks, Minister. Sorry, Council.
That's all right, I might have the wrong number. It's probably my fault reading.
So
Sorry, the water program is 22. That's the DECA staff, excluding DECA staff salaries. The water and catchments group internal staff expenditure is $5 million. Yep. So as
Just to reiterate the point I was making, it was 2 staff for the $5 million.
well, the $5 million is spent on other DECA staff who administer those programs. Only 2 of whom
Identifies that.
potentially, yep, okay. Another item of expenditure is the Aboriginal Water Program. This is the second line, excluding DECA staff salaries, which program is designed to better include Aboriginal people in water management and reconnect communities to water for cultural, economic, customary and spiritual purposes. So that's a grants program for self-determined projects and Aboriginal water officers. That's the single largest expenditure on the second line, is around $22.7 million. You may not be able to read that on your small font version there, Minister, but that is, to your knowledge, the largest single expenditure.
Yes.
And that program pays for Aboriginal water officers and coordinates the implementation of Water is Life.
Yes. Amongst other things. Yes.
Neither of those expenditures is controlled by traditional owners, are they? The 5 million and the 22 million.
Water is Life in relation to the development and delivery of planning and of progress does have a significant process involving traditional owners.
But is that's obviously engagement. So you pay them to engage, but it's not the whole amount.
No, it's not the whole, no.
Government controls the money, basically, is the question. Is that
Yes,
correct?
for the purpose of, of that framework. Yes.
Just to be clear, Water is Life is a government program,
Yes.
correct? And traditional owners participate in that program.
Yes, participate, but also guide that program. That's been one of the
Minister,
founding
they're not
principles.
a partner. They're not a partner. Government holds the money and it's a government document. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So they're paid to participate in it, but government controls the funds to that.
Yeah, sorry, I was going back to how it was developed and what led to it coming into being, which was for the purpose of returning water to traditional owners.
Yeah, but we're not even that far, as you've stated, returning water. So we're talking about the Water is Life strategy that was created by government.
It was created by government.
For First Peoples, and you control the money. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
So just to be absolutely clear, of the $83 billion we're talking about, the small amount, as you acknowledged, of 39 million allocated
Over that 4-year period
Over that
rather than
4-year
rather
period.
than 10. Yeah.
yeah, including this year, for traditional owner First Nations programs. The largest amount of that is going for administration of those programs, correct?
Yes.
And
And
whilst-
that includes the capacity building as well. So
But
that's goes to-
government still hold that money, am
Yeah,
I
yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Thank you.
So while some of the work is being done by traditional owners, a lot of the work is still being done by public
Yes.
service.
Yep.
Okay.
So just to clear, so that's 27 million. So that's the 5 million plus the 22 that we're talking about, 5 million for staff within, and then 22 for the water officers. Okay, out of 39.
Now, coming to the implementation of Water of Life, this is DECA's overarching framework for increasing traditional owners' access to land and management of water and waterscapes, correct?
It's government, so it does go beyond DECA. There's a couple of policy overlaps there with other portfolios. Yeah.
Thank you for that correction. So government's overarching framework, and the primary responsibility for that rests with DECA and your oversight.
Yes.
The policy commitments in Water and Life cover 3 main areas broadly. This is page 18 of Water of Life. Do you have that document handy?
Yes, I do.
Just turn it up. That is tab 6 in the folder. you oversaw this project, and in fact, you have included your statement in the forward.
I actually began in the portfolio after almost all of this work had been undertaken. So
Something you inherited?
well, yes, I did. Again, I don't want to say that this was something I was involved in from the get-go. I would like to have said that, but I'm going to be frank about the fact that I wasn't. But yes, it now sits under me in that water portfolio.
Just before I come back to your forward, can I come to page 18 of the document, which describes how water is life works? In the right-hand column, there's a description of this section having three main parts or areas. They are increasing traditional owners' decision-making in caring for water landscapes, returning water for healthy country, healthy mob and cultural economies, and implementation and accountability. So this document is intended to be a roadmap, if you like, to traditional owner access to waters, with those three parts and what is described as 12 targeted outcomes and timeframes for each.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can I turn back to your forward at page 8, just to touch on the volumes of water that are mentioned at the time this document was delivered? You note in your forward, we've already begun delivering on traditional owners' aspirations to own and manage water, including, just for the operator, it's DEEC.900.001.4565 at page 9.
Sorry, Mr. McLeod. Minister, is this 2021 or 2022, this document?
Water is life. I'll give you the exact date. It was 2022. I don't have the exact day that it was.
2022.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Doesn't look like we've got the text there on the screen. We've just got the beautiful picture, but
Ms. McLeod, you did give them a slightly inadequate wrong number.
did I?
Yes, it's 5465, not 4565.
5465 at page 9. They've got the right page, just we haven't got the text. Yeah. They usually help me out when I get the wrong number, but just looking at the text, it says we've already begun delivering on traditional owners' aspirations to own and manage water, including 2 gigalitres of unallocated water from the Mitchell River in Gippsland, returned to Gunnar, returned in early 2021 for what's described as cultural and economic development purposes. 2.5 gigalitres of unallocated water in the Palawarra Fitzroy River system in southwest Victoria to Gunditjmara, related to Budge Bim, and we've heard evidence about the return of that water. And 1.36 gigalitres of additional water savings from the Goulburn Murray Connections project set aside for traditional owners in northern Victoria. So just pausing there, has that water actually been delivered or is it just set aside?
No, it's just set aside. Work's ongoing with the department and with traditional owner groups.
So this document again was signed in
2021.
2022.
2022, which is still 3 years ago, and that water is still, what was that? Where's that water sitting? Not with the TOs?
No, not with the TOs.
It's 3 years and still not sitting with traditional owners. Sorry.
And, oops, sorry, of that water that's identified there, 2 gigalitres of unallocated water from the Mitchell River and 2.5 gigalitres of unallocated water from the Palawarra Victoria River systems. A total of 4.5 gigalitres have been delivered for traditional ownership and management, correct?
Yes.
Now, compared to the volume of water from which the state of Victoria receives revenue, what sort of scale are we talking about? What's the magnitude of that return of water?
I can't think of a word that's smaller than tiny.
Minuscule.
Minuscule.
Minute. I can think of a number.
It actually means that the 1.36 gigalitres that you're still holding
Yep.
is minute, and you're still since 2022, and it still hasn't been allocated. And I'm just going to point out that in every hearing we have, we constantly see things that are promised and they're in writing, yet are never handed over, and they just stay there. And this is just another example of that. And this one's in writing and in your forward.
Yep.
So when's an estimate of when that will be handed over?
There are multiple groups involved in that work, and because it is a process that involves multiple groups, we've had to learn by doing in terms of the entitlement framework, just not being geared toward assisting this sort of return.
Which framework's that?
The framework of the way in which the licence applications are processed, and it's licence applications are hard at the best of times, and we're trying to make things easier and faster for traditional owners. We've also got to continue those conversations to make sure that we have a good measure of support for traditional owners from water corporations.
Can I just say that I understand all that completely, but you were out there this morning and you heard Brendan speak and you heard him talk about the next generations, and you've mentioned the next generation. The next generations aren't going to have water of our country to be able to dance, sing, practice culture on it, because we don't even have any. And you were there and you felt it and you've seen it. And then we come up again with things of time. And as Commissioner North pointed out, the hurt, the suffering and the pain within those times, you don't get to see it every day because you're not in community every day. And we're losing our totems, we're losing food, we're losing our language, we're losing our connection to water. And if that wasn't clear this morning, that this is urgent, and particularly down there where you can see, you said yourself, these water lines, there were water lines where there used to be water. It's not there. That is heartbreaking as an Aboriginal woman to be down there, and Uncle Brendan and all, some of my cousins down there giving their time and energy, and all we get are promises of things, and it has to take time and frameworks and, policies and all of that just never are fulfilled. And I just had to say, because I'm really frustrated, because I feel there's a lot of politician talk around the table here at the moment. And I'm just getting really frustrated that we're not going to get this water.
So I'll respond to that if I can. It's certainly not my intention. It is not my intention to engage in politician talk. It's why I talked to reform earlier.
But you keep saying it's going to take time. It's more consultation. To be honest, we're really sick of consultation. If you didn't hear Brendan this morning and the work he's done around water and enabling him to talk to other mob to be able to get them to where he's at, things need to be done differently.
But if that means legislative change to enable reform, then I want to see how we can do that, because that's another way of approaching this.
Reform takes like a long time. Let's look at what we can do now and work with people like Brendan and people that do of what we can do now.
So out of the 1.36 gigs, what governance is in place? So you're saying, it says in here, we're working with traditional owners and there's complexities associated. I'm assuming that it's non-RAP groups. What governance arrangements are in place where you're working with those groups, multiple groups, and bringing them together?
Governance arrangements that are determined by groups and with groups.
So is it someone senior in the department and executive who are bringing them together, or like what does the governance look like, just so we can understand?
So the Water and Catchments group is at the centre of the process of support for those discussions to happen. with those groups and between those groups around what the 1.36 looks like as it's delivered.
Yeah, and out of those traditional owner groups, Minister, have you had an opportunity to meet direct with them without them? So you'd get advice from the government or from the bureaucrats, Water and Catchments Group. Have you met directly with the traditional owners away from the bureaucratic process?
Yes, I will, and I'll give you not all together in one collective.
Yep, that's fine.
But with a range of traditional owner groups. That's part of the work that I've been doing to hear directly from people. And I'm happy to provide you with detail about when and where and how.
No, that's fine. I just want to be clear that it's happening and that they have direct engagement with yourself, because I think that's important.
Not all of them, I'm going to say.
No, that's okay. But there is an opportunity for the ones that you haven't met with to meet with you.
Absolutely.
To talk about this. Currently at the moment, what is 1 gigalitre worth in the current market today?
In the
monetary sense.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thanks.
So in the northern part of Victoria, it's between $4,000 and $5,000.
Okay.
Yeah. That changes a lot though, depending on conditions and
And say, what would 1 gigalitre worth be in another part of the state, to give us a comparison, because you just said that it's different up here.
Oh no, in terms of the market that we've got, so where the availability.
Okay, right, all right. So that's a statewide figure right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for the record, could we have, I know it's 4.5 gig actually delivered, 1.36 gig promised. Can we actually get a percentage of how much that is of the allocated gigalitres?
So, Minister, can I help here? The water entitlements by volume used, according to information provided by the department in a document headed Legal and Policy Frameworks for 2020 to 2021, that financial year, surface water bulk entitlements are, I'm going to take 3 zeros off for gigalitres, 4,577 gigalitres. Surface water licences, 22 gigalitres, and groundwater licensed entitlements, 94 gigalitres. So I'll just make sure I've got my decimal places in the right place, but a substantial volume. So it's 3. So 1, 2, 3. So sorry, 4,577 gigalitres surface water bulk entitlements, 225 gigalitres surface water licences, groundwater licence entitlements, 948 gigalitres. I haven't added that up, Commissioners. And we're talking about here 2 gigalitres unallocated, 2.5 gigalitres unallocated, and 1.36 gigalitres water savings, correct? So they would fall outside those numbers, I assume.
Yes.
And just to close this issue off in terms of allocations, if you turn to the summary of the action outcomes and items on page 10 and 11 of this document, do you have that summary table of the action items?
Yes.
Each of these items, recognition and so on, has a time period for the achievement of these steps, short, medium or long term. This document was entered in 2022, so we're coming up to the end of the short term items, correct?
Yes.
And if we look over at item 7, water is returned to traditional owner groups across Victoria through the issue of water entitlements for their self-determined use. The action summary is to enable water to be returned to TOs across the state by acting quickly and so on. That is a short-term goal. correct?
Yes. Oh, sorry, yes.
Yep. And what has been achieved so far is 4.5 gigalitres.
Yes.
At the end of that box, if we could zoom in on that item 7, please. Thank you. The items are act quickly on existing opportunities. Opportunities include savings in unallocated water. They're
Yes.
the easy picks. Develop guidelines. Develop future opportunities. Develop a framework. And then the notation, the Victorian government is not proposing to establish a direct water entitlement purchase program. Can I ask you why not?
It's my advice that in the process of discussing Water is Life, the objectives around return of water to traditional owners was guided by what was available through unallocated water, and that as a result of that and the importance of getting Water is Life done and continuing the work in other spaces that was on foot, a decision was made not to establish direct water entitlement purchase frameworks.
So when you say was guided by, you mean by government policy?
Yes. Yep.
TOs would have asked for water entitlements if you said they're on the table. You acknowledge that.
Absolutely.
So
And I've heard that. I hear that.
Yep.
All,
and this
yep.
document was developed with that caveat. There are no water entitlements on the table. Agree?
Yes.
And so TOs were asked to come to this negotiation and contribute to this document, having been told you will not be able to achieve water entitlements out of this process. Is that correct?
Save for the licence applications, and there are about 10 Section 51 applications on foot at the moment.
Take and use licences,
Yes.
but no ability for direct water entitlement purchase program.
No.
And so as a result, we see the contributions of the TOs who participated in this document asking for things such as participation, consultation, management, use rights, and so on. They don't ask for entitlements, direct water entitlements, because they were not on the table. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is there anything to stop the government as an interim measure now moving to allow for funded buyback schemes as an interim measure?
So again, just to come back to the Commonwealth, they've entered the water market, so there is capacity there for buybacks to occur. But again, that's with environmental frameworks, so environmental water rather than cultural water.
So is there anything to stop the state of Victoria, responsible as you've acknowledged, for the dispossession of First Nations people from their lands and waters? Is there anything to stop the state funding a buyback scheme to enable traditional owners to purchase direct water entitlements? Beyond political will.
Beyond political will, no. But I would also, again, the 667 gig that we have in environmental water, I think is an important part of this conversation.
So let's just distinguish environmental water and cultural flows. What's your understanding about the difference?
Well, cultural flows are can be and can involve the environmental component of caring for country in a range of ways, but that does not include, for example, the opportunities around a self-determined process that might include economic opportunity for traditional owners. That's sort of one component of it.
So cultural flows benefit the environment, obviously. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yes, yes. Well, they benefit country, which from another conception is the environment for the purposes of the environmental contribution, for example.
But cultural flows are sort of a lower order priority in terms of allocation of flows. Is that how I understand it? There's irrigators flows, environmental flows, cultural flows are somewhere a subset of environmental or lower down?
environmental flows aren't lower down than irrigator flows. if
I
that's-
think what we're trying to articulate, trying to understand here, sorry, not to talk over council, but how does the decision making, what are the key factors in decision making? Is it environmental, cultural, what other
Yeah.
key factors? I may have missed thinking that question.
So there's water for irrigators, for
Yep.
example. There's water for the environment, and that's about 667 gigalitres. And there's water for cultural use, for want of a better term, which is not at present part of the complete kind of fitting in with environmental water and environmental flows.
How many gigalitres again for environmental flows?
667.
And how many
For irrigated.
gigalitres
no.
have been given for cultural flows? That also has environmental impacts in a positive way.
So that was that total figure that we just went to before in terms of what's been delivered.
Pretty minuscule.
Four,
4.5.
yeah, yeah,
What was that?
4.5.
Yeah.
4.5.
And either by volume of gigalitres or by rough percentage, what is the volume going to irrigation?
I've got the total, it's about $14 billion in Victoria out of the total of about $32 billion overall. I don't have the gigalitres, but that's the value of it.
So roughly half,
14, yeah,
Yeah.
yes,
roughly. Oh, sorry, 28. No, that's less than half.
14 out of 32
32.
billion. Yeah, that's right. It is less than half. Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. McLeod, I'm just puzzled. You said a moment ago that the TOs didn't ask for water entitlement purchases because they weren't on the table. Is that?
In the submission to Water is Love.
But it appears in the nation statements right through.
Yes, it does. Yeah. So, to be, thank you for the correction, Commissioner North. In the submissions about the targeted outcomes, they understood that direct water entitlements were not on the table.
But that's a government production. That's
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just come back? I asked about the figures before. Sorry, Council, I just need to clarify this. The figures before for a gigalitre, can we just give another opportunity to articulate what the figure is? Because I think you quoted, Minister, it was a megalitre rather than a gigalitre. So
Yes.
I want to be really clear that we don't lose, because there's a big difference between those two figures, and we're talking millions of dollars difference. So I'd just like to give the opportunity again to articulate here what is a gigalitre worth rather than a megalitre.
So again, if we say that, so a gigalitre is 1 million megalitres.
Yeah, but in a monetary term, that's a massive difference between, I think it's something where between 7,300 to 7,500 per megalitre. But my question was, how much is a gigalitre? And I understand it to be $7 million. So I'm just trying to articulate here the discrepancy between the megalitre and the gigalitre. And I think in the forward, that's currently sitting in a myriad of complexities associated with colonisation, in particular about right people for country and so forth from a colonial context. 1.3 gigalitres is sitting there from 2021, maybe 2022. I just wanted to come back to that because that's an important. We're clarifying the figures. Yep. Am I right or wrong?
So close. The information we have, Minister, is 1.36 gigalitres is worth approximately 5 million. Numbers. I'll take 6. I'll take 7.
5.4, I think.
We'll get the right number for you, but in that order of
5.4.
magnitude.
And can I just clarify if my trusty phone calculator is correct? What is currently allocated, including the 1.36, which is promised but not yet delivered, is 1/10 of 1% of the total.
she said.
It's a big difference. I want to make that clear. It's a very big difference. I also want to come back to, but not right now, but I do want to come back to the caveats on those 3 transfers and what caveats there are and what the relationship is between the state and the Commonwealth and how much involvement did the Commonwealth have in working with the state to produce those transfers. I think it's really important that we articulate the differences there as well, so we get an understanding.
So
It's a very complex process, this water process, where we're flirting very strongly between what's the role of the Commonwealth and what's the role of the state, and it's not really clear at the moment. We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to stay with the status of the action plan from Water is Life at the moment. Behind tab 8 is the Water is Life implementation update, September 23. We turn to the implementation progress snapshot on about the 8th page of the document. The pinpoint reference is 0.7241. It's tab 8 in the folder.
Did you say the implementation progress snapshot?
Water is Life implementation update, September 2023. And then I think it's about page 8, it's headed implementation progress snapshot, a table with some coloured boxes on the right-hand side. Do commissioners have that document?
Yep.
So
Yeah.
a time frame is given for each of the outcomes provided for Water for Life. The action item is set out, and the time frame, short, medium, or long, as we've discussed. Green is the box noted for in progress, and we note that 4 of those items are not yet in progress; they're merely planned. So those are medium and long-term items. Medium being 3 to 5 years and long being 5+ years. So what does planned mean if we're getting close to that 3-year period already?
The 3-year period for the
Let's take
3 to
item
5 year
2.
target.
Yes, so take item 2, for example, partnerships.
Yep.
2.2, develop new provision in ministerial rules with the VEWH requiring formal partnership with traditional owners for ministerial consideration. The timeframe for that under Water is Life is medium, 3 to 5 years. That was in 2022. And we have the entry under implementation as planned. In other words, not in progress. I assume that's to distinguish that from in progress. And the short one I wanted to ask you, Minister, is whether that means work has not yet started.
No, work has started. In progress means that work is underway.
And planned?
Planned means that the work is again taking place to start that work. Again, I don't want to I'm sounding like a bureaucrat, but it is about setting up the systems to actually get that work underway.
I don't understand the difference between in progress and planned. Planned means you're planning to start progress.
So in progress is further along.
Yes, that's correct.
From what to what?
So when we're looking at, for example, implementation status for 2.1, develop new provision in statements of obligation for ministerial consideration requiring formal partnerships between traditional owners and CMAs and water corporations. That will be done by next year, by the middle of next year, for example.
Minister, can you just articulate what that would actually mean? Is that just, is you just writing to the catchment management authorities and the CMA, and the water authorities telling them that this is what you're expecting to do? Like, can we turn that into a tangible around, what does that look like?
Yeah, so it has to take the form of those corporations having the capacity to do that work around partnerships, around the framework under the Act and what they can be required to do, and around the way that we are developing and delivering on engagement with the water sector to talk about those obligations, and the Victorian Waterway Management Strategy renewal as well.
So for the short-term goals, Minister, those are due to be delivered by now or by 2025?
2025,
next year.
yes.
One of those short-term goals, item 3.2, is still in the planning process.
Yes.
So by the end of next year, the goal is it will be delivered.
Yes.
Okay. Implementation of outcome 12.1 is another short-term goal. Traditional owners have oversight of the implementation of Water is Life, another short-term goal. That has been delayed, has it not?
Yes.
The departmental response states, and I'll just read it to you, the following feedback from traditional owners: implementation of this outcome is now proposed to be delivered in a different way. Namely, instead of a dedicated oversight committee, DECA will use existing forums and other meetings with TO groups to discuss progress either individually or collectively where requested. However, DECA acknowledges the varied perspectives, including some strong support for an oversight committee. So my question is this: where there's disagreement between TOs about the implementation of Water is Life, how will DECA decide what to do and how to do it within the time allocated for that?
DECA's working alongside the catchment management authorities and the corporations with traditional owner groups and engaging with all groups as they want to engage and on the terms upon which they want to engage. So that varies depending on which group and which issue and at what time, at what period, because again, perspectives have changed over the course of the implementation of Water is Life. This is, it is a moving situation that requires a moving response.
Okay. Some of the challenges have been set out in the DECA response as well, and I'll just invite your comment on these broadly.
Mr. McClark,
yes.
Ask before we go to that.
Yes.
Given that we're well past halfway through the 1 to 3 short, are there any of these outcomes that have actually been delivered as yet? Yes, it says that they're going to be delivered in 1 to 3 years, and we're 2-point-something years in.
So when, for example, we talk about 7 and partial achievement, enabling water to be returned to traditional owners across the state, again, to come back to what council has taken us through earlier, that's been partially achieved, and the work to deliver will be ongoing, and developing the guidelines for water that's been unallocated and water infrastructure projects will be completed by June next year.
Okay, so just in short, actually none of them have been achieved as yet today.
Save for the statement of obligations for water corporations, which will be able to be complete next month.
That
2.1.
statement of obligation.
Yep.
Minister, you said a little bit earlier around the governance and oversight and the TOs needing to work with catchment management authorities and water authorities. You were on country this morning and a letter was raised by Uncle Brendan about a catchment and management authority and their relationship. And Uncle Brendan talked about the relationship or the non-relationship that Tatty people have, for instance, which is a catchment management authority, which I think it's Mallee CMA, I could be wrong.
No, it is.
Mallee CMA. So how do traditional owners, how do we have confidence that the catchment management authorities, using Uncle Brendan's example this morning, we have the confidence that they're working with our people? When we heard that this morning, there was evidence of a letter, and it's pretty opportunistic that we come and hold a hearing on country and ultimately Brendan gets a response 3 days before we come that they're going to finally respond to his original request for engagement, not consultation, engagement. It's a deeper form of an expectation that our people should have engagement. How do they have confidence that the CMAs and the water corporations who are asking government a lot of money to be able to, they see this as an extra responsibility rather than core business. And I'm sure you've heard that before, where they're the first ones to jump up and down and ask for resource, and generally they get them before our people do. I'm really kind of, lost for words about the trust that our people have when we've just heard a live example this morning of that. What are you like? What's your response to that, Minister?
Yeah, that chronology was pretty extraordinary that Brendan took us through today. It's my expectation that CMAs will engage with and provide meaningful opportunities for discussion with First Peoples. As I understand it, there was a letter sent around the time of an intention to change the operating rules or change the operation of the regulator. I also understand that's something which has happened at roughly the same time. It's a roughly an annual occurrence. What I have an expectation of, though, is that where there is not a relationship of ongoing engagement, where there is not that measure of trust, firstly, that all steps be taken to establish it and to nurture it. But secondly, that if, for example, people aren't talking directly so that someone can say, look, it looks like the projections are that we're going to be able to do this and turn this off in the next couple of weeks, that they be given a heads up earlier and advised that this is where the projections are looking like taking us, because we're around the same time every year for the last sort of 3 years. And that then closer to that time period, there can be another notification or an advice or information provided about when that is going to happen. I understand, and I don't want to speak for Brendan or indeed for Mallee CMA because they're not here, but in relation to Mallee CMA, as I understand it, there has been notification provided to Brendan around that change on previous occasions as well. But the relationships are absolutely essential to this. We need to be able to have people engaged and talking, because that's where, again, you can get ahead of misinformation or of gaps in it, because people have that opportunity to talk about what's coming up or where the problems are.
Well, I mean, from a commission point of view, I'd like to see evidence of that engagement back with Mr. Kennedy.
Yes.
Given the CMA has obviously clearly articulated that they've written to him multiple times or engagements happened. I'd like to get clarity on that, so we're not going tit for tat on who's saying what. I think that's a really important point.
And that's my advice. So I'm not, I
totally.
can't say conclusively that's what I've been advised. So we can get that information.
Yeah, I
for
think
you.
that'd be great.
Yeah.
How often are these letters of expectations and statement of obligations issued to CMAs and water corporations, Minister?
So we have, it is every year we have a reiteration of that letter of expectation, and every year a corporation or an authority has to report back against it.
So in updating the legislation in 2019, that bill passed successfully around recognising and managing for Aboriginal values. I understand you weren't the minister at the time, but I would be confident that in updating any legislation you would write, or a minister would write, to traditional owners, but also to articulate to them that they're now being incorporated, the values and usages, but just as important, you would have written to a catchment management authority and a water corporation to articulate that there's new expectations or obligations that they'll need to meet in the legislative framework. So, the point I'm making here is that there's been multiple letters and directions given to catchment management authorities and CMAs, and still our people are having to continually, fight the system to get the recognition. What I'm trying to say here is that would you agree that a letter from a previous minister, or have you written previously in your tenure as minister to catchment management authorities and water corporations about your expectations in the context to traditional owners?
Yes, in relation to traditional owner progress against Water is Life, and that's required to be accounted for in annual reporting, but also in regular reports to me. This action that's set out in Water is Life is about those partnership agreements, so that's an additional step in that process. As far as legislation is concerned, CMAs and authorities are bound by the way in which legislation operates. That's, they are equipped to do that. That's their job.
Yeah.
They operate, as I said, at arm's length from me. The other part of this, though, and this is about the power asymmetry, and it's about the information imbalance that traditional owners need to have and deserve to have access to information about what the system is, including as it changes, including as any reform might be introduced into the system. And that's one of the things we're trying to do with the future opportunities for unallocated entitlements, is to make sure that traditional owners are aware of what's available, and then to move into, for example, the Section 51 licence process. And as I said, we've got 10 on foot at the moment under that framework.
And does it trouble you, Minister, that there's no traditional owner governance mechanism oversighting a strategy that you ask the traditional owners to work with you to develop and design? To develop and design a strategy or legislation? Well, that's right. No, another strategy. Water is life. So it's government strategy, but you've got so many nation statements and people contributing to that process, but there's no governance. What's the governance structure overseeing the implementation? So that was, in fact, one of the objectives at 12. Yeah, so that's right. And I know we articulated before, and there's been advice from the department around doing things differently, but again, I think we're falling into the trap of government telling government how good they are. That's what I'm trying to get to here. The government in looking at itself and going, great, we're doing really great on implementation. But again, if we're about self-determination and transferring power and resource and authority, and actually asking the traditional owners, what do they think how the state's doing? around the implementation, it's not there.
I can tell you from what I've heard directly from traditional owners, really badly.
Yeah.
And that's the polite way of putting it.
Yeah.
I think what you've raised, though, around an opportunity for that governance to be built in beyond this implementation snapshot, beyond item 12, and how that might work to guide reform, again, in that way that says, what are we doing to co-design, for example, legislation? And there are going to be traditional owner groups, I can imagine, who will not want to be part of a legislative process because of what that means to essentially negotiate within a system that is not accepted. But if there is a model without the consultation fatigue that I've heard a lot about today and that I hear a lot about regularly, what does that mean to, again, work towards reform, particularly in the space where we might have large volumes of water that might be able to be deployed in a way that traditional owners can have real control and ownership and management of in caring for country.
But we're nowhere near that at the moment, are we?
Well, that's what I'm suggesting is how, this might be a way in which we can get there and get there faster with the volumes that might be available in that framework.
This morning, Minister, in the evidence, just keeping with this kind of lack of governance for me, Brendan articulated, a strong aspiration. And I'm not asking you to agree solely on this model, but the principle of it, which is traditional owner authority. So we've got a lot of authorities around us. As I said the other day, we're over-regulated. Nobody else is going to be regulated as much as us. And we've got a catchment management authority. We've got a water authority, just in a water context. We can go into land, but let's not do that because we'll be here all night. I know you got all night. You said that earlier. But the point I'm making here is picking up on what you said before, you'd be open to meaningful engagement with traditional owners on what some kind of authority in the water, authoritative advice to you in the water sector moving forward.
Yeah, formal or informal advisory processes. Again, I would welcome an opportunity to hear about what that might look like in a way that doesn't exhaust people further.
The reality, though, is our people are exhausted.
Exactly.
Traditional owners are expected to go to one meeting and it might have 12 agenda items about different things. If that's the way the government keeps doing business with traditional owners, it's not going to work. The government's got to change the way it's doing things in this new space for the government. If government's going to treaty, they have to think about doing things differently from previously. We're not talking about staying under the monarchy. We're not talking about staying, and to hear today that water belongs to the Crown still. I mean, it's an abomination to hear this. And it's very hard. And I understand, we have, there's no Republican movement at the moment, but I just understand that if government doesn't change, there will be no change. I mean, we've been doing this for 40, 50, 60 years talking to get to this table. This happened because people that have died did this, talking from all over Australia, from various, and they didn't have government support. They had other people, and they did have allies, many non-Aboriginal allies. But to me, I'm quite distressed in this last couple of weeks about seeing that government expects things to stay the same in the same model that they operate. You can't do that in this space. It's almost still in the welfare space. And that's the big problem. There has to be a change in the headspace. You have to have the right staff working.
I agree.
In these spaces, and we need I mean, reading the Water is Life Outcomes and Actions, my mind just boggles at looking at that document. I'm sorry, it's very difficult to think that we can't get past that. I can't see traditional owner voice in this document. I know you said it's a government document, but if it's going to be for our people to gain some access to water, we'll be sitting here in another committee hearing the same sort of response. It's just not the right way to go about it if you can't change the way you do business as well.
Can I propose something that might address some of the issues that you've raised, noting exhaustion, noting the lack of progress, noting the lack of transparency or confidence in what's changing in a system that doesn't work? Where I can provide a progress update as things move on from here to you around these items that we've talked about today, because of the fact that things are ongoing, it's important to be able to have a context view about how things are moving, to perhaps be able to work into what further advisory work might work and how we can resource that, how we can remove and reduce the burnout, how we can make sure that young people are part of this process. I'm keen to make sure that from today and from this table that I'm sitting at, there's work to do that involves this process because of what it does to bring together all of the issues that you've talked about, that you've heard, not just over recent weeks, over, it's over decades, as you point out. And that within that, a discussion about the reform and about the other work that, Commissioner, you've raised might be something to perhaps give a measure of clarity to around what we're doing. Just for your consideration.
Minister, do you think, sorry, you want to respond?
No.
Minister, do you think you mob manage water well?
I think for certain interests, we manage it very well.
Yeah. What about water quality? Let's just go there for a sec. Well, not talking about consumptive water quality.
Yeah.
Water quality running through these streams. And maybe before you answer, I might just lift this one up. This was taken today from the lagoon. And we heard during the welcome, we heard Aunt over there and sister girl over there, who's also got ties to her own country and her country up here, about the importance of water. Just took a little sample there. Those animals drinking that. Just wanted to just sit that with you before you respond, please.
I think the quality of our water has been devastated over generations. I think when you look at one of the most modified river systems in the entire world, there has been a move away from the flows that have made and kept water country healthy. I think we've also failed to have systems of regulation, quality control, of oversight, of accountability for the quality of water or for the way that waterways and rivers are treated. We have seen some progress in improving the health of some of our waterways. This is not one of them. For the record, what you are holding is a jam jar that is full of green water with sediment through it, if I'm seeing things correctly.
And this jar was clean this morning. So straight out of the water, straight out of the lagoon.
And it does sustain animals and it does sustain plant life, and the grandmother trees that that Brendan talked about today, and the mother trees and the daughter trees are all needing this water and relying upon it. And
Not this water. The water you're talking about is not this water, the different water, yeah? The quality of it.
they need better water than
Thank you.
what's there at the lagoon. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
not coming across, Minister, here.
Minister, do you know offhand what percentage of Victorian waterways are under environmental stress?
I don't, I'm sorry. I'm happy to, again,
Be a significant number,
Yes, it is a
around 80,
significant number.
90%?
yeah. As I understand it, it's within the 80s.
I just wanted to pick up one more point, sorry, Council. Another reason why I bring this up is coming back to, we're not managing this water. Our people got no say. It's got no say. Very limited say in the management of water. Our people wouldn't allow this. Uncle Brendan Kennedy and many other traditional owners today. Who's the boss? Country's the boss. We wouldn't allow this to happen. We wouldn't allow this. We've got no say in the water sector, really. Inclusion. We're in a self-determination era towards a pathway to treaty, and we're still talking inclusion. We're going to include you. Asking the catchment management authorities and the traditional owner groups to include us. How are we on a pathway to treaty if we can't be confident that we can't be included, let alone transfer power and resources? And that's why I keep going on about governance and legislation, because that's what changes. That's what sets regulation. Stems from legislation, the regulation happens. That's where the power imbalance is. We're not included. And I understand your point, Minister, but not to diminish our people's aspiration that some of our people don't want to be a part of the legislation. But unfortunately, the reality is that that's the governance piece that we're not a part of. That's why we can't generate wealth and prosperity, because we're shut out of that system. The only time we're included is when legislation's made about us, like bail. Keep coming back to that. 2016, the government knew in making those bail reforms that it would have a disproportionate impact on our people's lives. And we lost people in custody, people connected to this area here. That's why I bring it up. Family ties. My own family members pass away in custody. You know, we are not included in the governance. We're always fighting for our rights to be recognised and seen and upheld. You know, that's why I bring this up. I go to my earlier point, Minister, about the importance of having authority in the process. You know, we always don't want to be on like doing the low-hanging fruit jobs. You know, it's tough. We don't own anything. We don't own anything. There's another thing that was highlighted. You know, it's the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs about the freehold title that our people hold. Practically none. No disrespect to our people's fight. Hard-fought gains for native title and traditional owner settlement agreement. And we've hardly touched upon the issue around the lack of rights that we get. We should be thankful for traditional owner settlement agreement. You know, at least we've got something. What do you mean, at least we've got something? It hasn't generated the prosperity that our people are looking to achieve. Why should we be thankful for that? I'm not taking away from those mob who have gone through those processes, exhaustive processes, but they are colonial processes that our people have to go through, and the trauma that our people have to go through and fighting each other and disagreements, further trauma, while everyone sits back and just watches us fight over crumbs. Crumbs, Minister. How do we prosper? We heard today, more billions and billions of dollars that we're missing out on. 6.6 was a 21-22. How are we going to be able to, you know, prosper? And we're worried about engagement fatigue. We ain't going nowhere. We're going to keep fighting and being resistant. You know, that's what we are. It's not just about the fighting Gunjamara. Everyone's fighting hard. We have to fight in different ways. Sitting here and articulate ourselves using whitefella terminology and tongue. You heard Uncle Brendan speaking in language. You've heard Auntie Vicky, and there's other, Mandy Nichols Arundri speaking in language, resisting. 2010, we get Traditional Owner Settlement Act. That we're here today, 2007. Young couple land from water, knowing pure well that there was conversations happening about traditional owners getting access to land back. So people are ahead of the game. You can only assume through the relationship that we have with the state and the government that we further get shut out. Okay, well, we'll give you some land back. It's not freehold, but there's no water entitlements. But everybody else, we're hearing about the billions of dollars that goes to irrigators every year. But then we don't see billions. We don't even see millions. We just see cents. It's just unfathomable to sit here continually and look our people in the eye when we go and engage with them. Yes, it's our job, but you see the trauma in their eyes, Minister. Again, how are we going to be able to transfer power and resources? We don't have to wait for treaty. Treaty is an important vehicle and a mechanism. The treaty is about a new relationship moving forward once that's signed. It doesn't eliminate government's role in working with our people. We've got cultural rights, but we also got human rights. And human rights fall in the service delivery space. Cultural rights is about transferring our power and resources back to us so we can make decisions on land, water, environment, all those other things. That's what cultural rights is about. Just wanted to make that point. It's water quality. It's water, it's not quality. It's water.
Commissioners, I did have some other questions, but I've noticed the time and that would seem an appropriate place to finish. I just would ask the Minister whether she had any response to the Commissioner's comments and anything you wanted to say in closing.
We are facing the reality of the devastation of multiple decisions and systems of injustice that have perpetuated dispossession, that have demonstrated fundamental disrespect, that have denied voice, recognition, influence, and power. And the evidence of that is the volume of money in the system for irrigation, for purposes that do not explicitly include cultural water. We have, as governments, expectations that are enormously burdensome for First Peoples. We are continuously asking and inviting your perspectives, suggestions, and input. That is work that continues to exhaust and fatigue and frustrate the processes of better outcomes. I've thought very carefully about what I can do to round back to my opening remarks about doing better. One of the points of change for me is sitting here at this table while we gather the aggregate of generations of injustice and inequity and the deprivation of even the space to be part of discussions around legislation, around regulation. But that beyond the formal structures of the legislation that vested power through sovereignty in the Crown, there are cultural blocks within organisations, to create and to support the pathways for First Peoples to be in a position to influence better outcomes, whether that's in departments, in agencies, whether that's on country, whether that's through economic opportunity and participation. I'm really grateful for these uncomfortable conversations. The one that we've had here today is another example for me, for the department, for DECA, across a number of portfolios, but also for government and the Commonwealth to do better. But the task that I have comes back to action, but it comes back to action that takes us in a better direction rather than action that is about doing the same thing that we've always done. I want to do things better, and I want to do things in a way that is about not just inclusion, but about what co-design meaningfully looks like. I'm committed to doing that work. I'm also not unaware of the fact that it's going to be difficult for government. But as I've heard on the ground before, on country before, these are not the problems that First Peoples should be fixing because they're the problems that government created. I would like to have an opportunity to be part of fixing those problems without causing further damage myself. And I would like for that to include as many difficult conversations as are needed for that to happen. Thank you for the time and the space today. Thank you for all of the perspectives of people I've spoken with here today, but people who've also put in submissions. I'm very prepared to continue this discussion, whether in an informal or a formal setting, and to provide further information to the extent that it might assist your work as commissioners in the next steps from here to make good on the things that I've talked to here today, that you've asked me about today, that you have demanded of me today. That's the extent of it, Council. Commissioners, thank you for that.
Thank you, Minister. One of the things you undertook to do was to provide an update on implementation on Water is Life.
Yes.
Would you also be willing to provide updates of information of the sort we've been talking, dollar terms, volumes, allocations, as part of the treaty process on a continuous basis?
Yes, we've got some licence applications that might be subject to confidentiality just because they're in the system, but again, yes.
Thank you.
I got a couple. Is that okay? Minister, do you see traditional owners as a priority in the water sector?
Yes.
Can you just elaborate a little bit more on that point?
Traditional owners, as we heard this morning, are best placed to care for country. And when we have healthy country, we have healthy communities. And when we have healthy waterways, we have the best possible opportunities to be able to support everybody. and to start to continue, hopefully, that work on healing across every measure of what that means.
Minister, you talked about cultural blockers. I think it was the word you used just a minute ago when you were referring to, I guess, assume you're referring to the public service and also the sector, not so much our people.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about, no. I was
Yeah. No, I just want to be clear. It's not our culture.
Yeah, no.
White fella culture, organisational culture, I think you're saying.
Yeah.
My question to you is, you talked a lot about reform and aspiration, and now people are looking for actualisation, and aspiration turned into actualisation. My question here is, what leadership will you show to enable those reforms to be achieved, some of which you've shared here today? What leadership are you going to demonstrate to drive accountability and delivery of the plan, but also some of the things you've committed here today in the sector? Because the obligations and the statement of expectations and obligations it's going so far, but it's barely touching the sides. We've heard that loud and clear today. So the question, what leadership are you going to show?
There's a few layers on that.
I got all night. Respectfully.
Firstly, there's leadership within government and the place that I occupy within government. That includes my colleagues who have a range of ministerial portfolios, many of which intersect very clearly with everything we've talked about here today. The work on other levels of government is also really important. I've advocated very strongly for a meaningful engagement, for example, from the Commonwealth on First Peoples water and what that means, rather than a ticker box situation, to deliver something meaningful, to create and to build a measure of trust where trust is either incredibly fragile or broken entirely. It's also then about leadership within communities. And I'll start with the whole of Victorian communities first. That involves stepping in to correct the creeping misinformation that is often at the heart of conversations that involve restorative process. That involves making sure that when we talk to what benefit for traditional owner outcomes looks like, it is not then met by a response of what are we losing? That's a conversation that I am having and continuing to have with irrigators, with farmers, with people in communities who think that because of a range of really inbuilt prejudices, the prejudices that you are exposed to, that you live with, that you know, that if there is a change for the better, it will mean that they lose out. And the final and most important part of the leadership that I think sits with me is that of discussion, engagement, co-design, and meaningful work, meaningful outcomes with traditional owners. That needs to take a variety of forms, guided by what traditional owners are telling me is of the most significance to them in terms of getting outcomes. That's about me sitting and, as I said at the beginning, creating the space for that to happen. That comes back to the advisory point that you made earlier. and to the work of what that looks like to have that direct conversation. There'll be a variety of forms that takes, but that, to me, perhaps creates an opportunity for leadership, not of that conversation, but of the process that I might facilitate for that to happen, for that transfer of power, for that shared power.
Minister, you've had a really good and important point there. Going in and meeting with the Commonwealth about traditional owner expectations. Now, from a credibility point of view, if we don't have governance and accountability over in the state of Victoria around water is life, then how can we as Victorians speak with authority to hold, particularly the state, to hold authority in those conversations with the Commonwealth when we haven't locked down our business here? Can you just share some thoughts on that?
We haven't locked down our business here. You're right. The Commonwealth, it's ironic, isn't it? Commonwealth not being Commonwealth.
Yeah, we know it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$40 million allocated in 2018 and nothing was done with it. Victoria advocated very strongly for something to be done with it. The statements that were made recently were that the $40 million should be actually deployed, used. Then it's gone up to $100 million as of late last year. Whether that leads to results remains to be seen. $100 million based on what we talked about earlier with those numbers is a really small amount. But it has to be something that leads to action. And it also has to be about the work that I bring to the Ministerial Council. I've been calling for another Ministerial Council for water ministers for months now. Last two have been cancelled. I've been calling for an opportunity to engage meaningfully across basin states, in particular the Murray-Darling Basin states, across Queensland, New South Wales, the ACT, Victoria and South Australia, to have that discussion and that meaningful engagement with First Peoples, but then also to have it around a Ministerial Council table. We have performed badly in Victoria. The Commonwealth has not performed and needs to.
Minister, do you make a commitment here today in those meetings that you're trying, when you do get a meeting, that traditional owner rights and interests needs to be an agenda item at every single meeting? You're discussing water and the quality and the management, economic, cultural purposes, environmental purposes. We can keep going on. But I'm asking here that it needs to be on the agenda at every meeting.
I have
If you can get a meeting.
I've raised it with every single minister as part of the Ministerial Council. I will continue to do so. I've raised it with the Commonwealth. The department has raised it with the Murray-Darling Basin Authority and with the Basin Officials Group. I'm not going to stop doing that. And we've talked extensively today about water is life and what it means, what it's doing, more fundamentally, what it's not doing. My very first Ministerial Council, I took a very big pile of copies of Water is Life to the Ministerial Council. And it was, before the meeting started, almost a revelation that this was something that had been pulled together. But it's also something that I had to explain needed many, many years to do because it hadn't been done before. And that a process of consultation of a matter of weeks, for example, as proposed for nationwide reform, isn't going to cut it. So the answer to that is yes, and I have done it and I will do it because it needs to be done, because water, as I've said and as everybody knows, doesn't actually have regard for the boundaries of states and territories.
And Minister, we've talked a little bit earlier about, I've got two questions. Sorry, everybody, two more, but they're important. The lack of Aboriginal people in executive roles in water and catchments group. What was that figure again? 23, was it? 24? Probably 22 now I said that. Well, the point I'm making anyway, we'll get that figure, but the point I'm making is
Let me see. Yep.
21. 21?
21? Yes, 21.
Uncle Brendan asked a little bit earlier about, you know, having an advisor role to yourself. Still work to do in other areas of in getting more Aboriginal people into executive roles. But water, you've had a policy since at least 2016 in Water is Life. And I know there's been other references to 2004, but the advocacy's been there from our people. We need to see also opportunities and investment in our traditional owner corporations and groups, but also investment in Aboriginal leadership so our people can brief you direct who also work in the department. That we've seen a systematic barrier to our people around a lot of ministers get advice on us, but never from us. Everyone talking about us internally, externally, but we don't get the chance to brief the ministers directly. That's from a bureaucratic point of view. So stronger commitments, and I understand you don't employ executives in the department. That's the Secretary, John Bradley. There should be more done in the water space. That's just internally. And then I guarantee, I'm confident in this, that there's no Aboriginal executives, men and women, in the water sector. So that's in catchment management authorities, in executive roles or water corporations. Would there be any? If maybe one or two.
Other than boards, you mean?
No, I'm not
Yeah.
talking about boards. I'm
Yeah.
talking about in these groups, a lot of in these water corporations, catchment management authorities, our people are employed in the most junior roles. That's what I'm trying to call out here. We're not in decision-making roles. We're not at the table. We're at that other table, at the end of the lunch table. That's the table we get to be at. Might get to share some lunch with everyone, but not the table where the decisions are made. With that big door shut and us in there owning our authority and our advice and our being able to be the professionals that we are. Strong and articulate, proud blackfellas, being able to contribute in any area. We got the capability, but we're never invested in to have the capacity to be able to go into these different spaces. So more work needs to be done. A lot of non-Aboriginal people are doing really good work, but at the end of the day, we want to see our people in jobs on country, but also in these departments as well. One last one, environmental contribution levy. We've heard from others, ministers, about community benefit sharing. I think the water sector, we'll have our own recommendations around where we land and so forth. But we haven't really talked too much about economic prosperity in this space. We've done a little bit, but a lot of it has been about cultural flows and other parts of the business because there's no economic opportunities through this space. It's been articulated, particularly around the buybacks, not on the table. Again, we're not at the table. We're at the lunch table, but not this table. So just wanted to ask your responses around, we've heard from other ministers about community benefit sharing and the prosperity of the billions of dollars that have been articulated here. Even just that one, again, that financial year, 6.6 billion, and we're seeing none of it. So I understand treaties coming and all that other stuff, but I just wanted to ask you about some remarks around that. It's really important. A lot of levies, but we're not included.
So I'll start with the amount of the environmental contribution. So it's about $693 million. That is then, it's basically then returned to consolidated revenue, which is basically the central bucket of money, and then distributed out through a range of other programs. more needs to be done around economic participation and around economic opportunity. And that's where, again, the difference between cultural flows and cultural water, similarities, yes, but differences also, and environmental water. Where water is returned to traditional owners, it can be used for any number of purposes, whether that's leaving it in the waterways and the rivers, or whether it's, and this is why, again, it's about making sure there is a place of take. And I think you may have talked about this with the Environment Minister and about the work with Parks Vic to create that place where dispossession has meant there hasn't been one, that we can and indeed we should provide opportunities for economic participation to be part of return of water. And that's where reform is a piece, given the significant overlap with environmental outcomes because of the health of country and what that means. I think there are opportunities, and I think we do need to talk about what that means for traditional owners where we have overlap with economic opportunity on the one hand, caring for country and environmental benefit on the other. These are not things that sit in isolation to each other when it comes to knowledge and wisdom, when it comes to an understanding, an innate understanding of the fact that country can be cared for and, as has happened for, as Brendan said today, 100,000 years, being able to make sure that there is benefit for everybody in a range of different ways. And I think in a contemporary context, that's also about economic opportunity, and it can be.
We can't be self-determining if we don't have money to be able to do it. And that's about power and resources. Thanks.
And the only money on the table for the purchase of those cultural and economic water rights is the 100 million from the Commonwealth.
Save for the fees and charges on unallocated water and those Section 51 licenses, the 10 that are in the mix at the moment. Which
last for up to 15 years.
Yes, but which are which are then extended unless there is a reason not to.
Okay. So that $40 million was promised with bipartisan support in May 2018. Mm-hmm. And since that time, before the change of government, there was not paid, and there was talk about repurposing it to fund non-water acquisition related activities.
Yes.
That $100 million is yet to be distributed.
Yes.
Minister, do you agree that this is the only real tangible opportunity currently on the table for First Nations peoples to acquire these water rights?
Through buybacks, yes. But as I said, through other means, there are applications in train.
Through unallocated waters?
Yes.
Of which you have currently distributed 4.5 gigalitres?
Yes.
Just want to say one other thing. We've discussed a lot of business today, Minister, but also people listening in as well. So we do have 13 Yarn for Mob to be able to contact, and if they need to have yarns with our councillors and so forth as well. So I just want to make that available to people as well, because we've talked a lot about sorry business, trauma, massacres of our people, deep trauma and continued trauma that we're facing here today. Hasn't gotten much better, as you've articulated, Minister. So I just want to make sure that that our people have that opportunity to be able to connect with our team as well. So yeah, it's really important that, and I know it's re-traumatizing for our people to keep hearing this, but this is the job that we're tasked to do in putting the true history of Victoria on the public record. And we've encouraged a lot of people to be able to come forward, and we want to continue to people to be able to come forward and share their truths with us, because there's still so much that we're still uncovering through these processes as well. So I just wanted to recognise our people listening in as well. It's really important that we take time to think and process and connect with our people as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Lovett. Minister, thank you. Thank you. I also just want to make another comment back to you about, you use the term First Nations people's expectations. we do have expectations that we don't continue to miss out on anything that's new that is for all Victorians. Because often we are seen as separate, siloed out. And I think that's something that needs to be changed. And I do think there needs to be a cultural change within government. It's too much of the silos, too much of the colonial bureaucracy, but I won't go there. But the other thing is, of course, we've seen racism not hidden anymore about our people. It's out in the public view, and we have many people who have contributed to trying to make change suffer this since the referendum, personally, where they were advocating for change in the space of hoping that there might have been a different result about our voices. Well, there hasn't, but we're still going to speak up, of course. But the people that are not able sometimes to do that, they also need support. And as Commissioner Lovett mentioned, the work is traumatising, but it is historic. Even today is historic. And Brendan, I'd just like to thank you again for the hospitality you and your family and your people, the locals here at Robinvale, have shown us, and the words that you gave to us this morning. I say many times that this is the most important work that we as commissioners will ever do, and we are very aware of that it's such an important time in the history of this state. I'd also like to say that all the people that support us, and I'd particularly like to thank our staff who've set up this particular hearing, because having a hearing regionally is an historic moment for the Commission. We have visited other places formally as the Commission, but not had a hearing. And so I want that noted, that we, and we who are river people, you know, I've had such joy with the people I've met today, you know, making the connections and knowing the connections. And I'm grateful that we're in this space. I also want to just say generally to the Robinvale community, and also those that turned up, we had people who came just because we were here to hear what the Commission is about. I'm very grateful. And to those who may be online, if they're still there, again, thank you for watching. But this, about trying to talk as well to the people of Victoria, indeed beyond, because truth-telling is probably, it'll go on. It's not going to stop. And I hope that's another thing that you can influence within the government, that it shouldn't stop with the end of this Commission. Whatever form, it needs to be continued so that people can come out and have a space to tell the story of the first peoples of this state. And I think that's a really important thing. If we can't get that on the agenda forever, I think there's something wrong. So thank you all, and thank everybody for their contribution today.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do have a tender of some documents, if I can attend to that quickly. There are 7 documents referable to Uncle Brendan, 10 referable to Minister Shing, and 2 other documents in accordance with the tender list that has been shared amongst the parties. And we too express our gratitude to, as I said this morning, the community and solicitors assisting for assistance with the setup, particularly a number of members of the Tati community who set up the beautiful hearing room and out by the lagoon, the marquee, and preparation for the ceremonies and our hearing out there. We're very, very grateful.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Minister.
And thank you, a special thank you to Council too, who helped with preparing for today. KWM staff as well. Thank you very much for what you've done too. Very cold this morning, a bit windy, but thank you all. And we adjourn and close this session.
Yes, we will return on Friday morning in Melbourne.
Reconvene Friday. Yes, thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Thank you all.